TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yameen of Revolution, and we got a World War III alert. We got a World War III alert. But first, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know Core Figure is live. Iran gets their get back. Iran retaliates big time. Revolutionary salute, Queen. Iran lets the whole world know they standing on business. Now let's just get into the salute. Let's get into exactly what happened, because I know y'all been waiting on this. Let's see exactly what happened today. What is the retaliation? Because y'all know that live that I did, the Iranians, they heard me when I said revolution, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They had to show me, remind me that revolution was a way of life. Salute. Now, y'all pay attention, because we got other videos we're going to watch. Now, this video I'm starting off with is Islamic's channel, this brother. I want y'all to see, y'all are, forget what the news people going to say, because they'll say they reacted so perfectly. That's a lie. You're watching missiles strike the ground. They're hitting their targets. What was their targets? Oh, Mossad headquarters, all kind of underground bunkers. Humiliation.
وما أنفقتم من شيء فهو يخلفه وهو خير الرازقين.
We want to establish an amazing masjid for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the country of Norway.
That Iran has fired 300 ballistic missiles. I've got the footages here. I don't know if you want to watch it with me.
And Israel is going ballistic.
Yes. Launched at least 300 ballistic missiles to many Israelis.
A little bit of understanding of when they fired their missiles at Israel last time, they supposed to have fired 150, but they doubled the amount that they fired last time. Doubled the amount. Let's don't know what they did. Double the amount. Let's make sure they're going to feel our pain, our suffering. Make sure the world can see that NATO cannot shoot this stuff down. Make sure the world see the humiliation of the U.S. Our missiles hitting the ground means you can't shoot them down.
Israel cities.
Come on, man. Y'all know, the world has never seen this before. Now, I was wondering the other day, like, hold on, man, Iran, is y'all about it or not? They just told me, hold on, brother. Hold on, we coordinating the locations. We seeing where they hiding. We giving them some time to run to the bunker, and then we gonna talk. This is what they done to Israel, the humiliation. Okay, Iran, show me you not Hamas. Show me you the big brother to Hezbollah. Look at that dude crying. But you ain't crying. You're not crying when you over there killing them women and kids. You ain't crying when you running through Gaza slapping them kids. Now that you're fighting Iran, you're crying? Come on, man. Stop it. Oh, baby boy, you just getting started. Come on, man. They used to doing this to other people. Come on, man. Look at this. Come on, man. Look at so when they say they shoot everything down, say that's a lot. We can see the missiles raining down on Israel. We can see the missiles raining down on Israel. Come on, one after the other.
Many men wish death upon me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, so what do you make out of it, subhanAllah? Like after the killing of the head of Hezbollah, Nasrullah?
I think for a very long time, yeah, regardless of whatever side you're on, the thing is, Palestinians' plight is on the forefront.
Salute to Iran. I thought they was playing. When Nasrallah got killed. I was very upset. They showed me today who playing. Nigga. We not playing.
Front of everyone's consciousness. And you know what? There's a sense of frustration. Why doesn't a single Muslim leader stand up and do something? And people can debate about it's this reason or that reason, but no one was raising a finger towards Israel, let alone the missiles. And the thing is, anytime we say this is happening to Palestinians and this, and they say it's warfare, this is what happens in war. So yeah, if you're in war, then this is what happens. Why are you moaning? Why are you complaining about, we're under attack? Hey, it's war. You have invaded Palestine.
That's crazy. Iran just showed Israel was without a nuclear weapon. They not finna be able to fuck with Iran. I want to see that. I want to know. Y'all been talking about missile capabilities. They just showed the world. You goddamn right. We loaded up like we said we was. We are a missile superpower like we said we have. And those are hypersonic missiles. The reason they can't shoot, because those are hypersonic missiles, they can't knock them down. You see, it's a difference. Iran could shoot. You see, they just slapped them with 300. They can shoot 3,000 at Israel. That's a fact.
Have now been invading Lebanon, and you've done Syria as well. And we all know about
the U.S. on TV talking shit. They need to stay out of that bullshit. Don't get our soldiers in this, because now I see you're not gonna win. Now I'm proud of the revolutionary, because Iran just showed the world, nigga, if they don't use a nuclear weapon, nigga, it's going down.
Their intentions of greater Israel and their expansionist.
Yes. May Allah destroy them.
Yeah, the expansionist endeavors that they want to do. It's not as simple as just one little box in the Middle East. Like, let them have that little box. No, the intentions of greater Israel, it's not a conspiracy. Yeah, and they are looking to expand, and they're constantly poking. But it's okay, because the defense or whatever it is, it's all being funded by the taxpayers here in the UK, in the Europe, and in America as well. So
exactly. I mean, we're going to see how long our freedom of speech allows us to carry on like this, because the words that we're saying, some of them will even.
What they're not going to tell us is who died. They're not going to tell us. And I had already heard that they targeted the Mossad headquarters. That they wiped it out. So I know some Mossad chiefs was up in there hiding out. They're not going to tell us what Israeli generals. They're not going to tell us that. But you seen the missiles landing. It's impossible that a bunch of Israeli soldiers not dead. That's impossible.
Even they'll try to twist it. This is what we're talking about. The hypocrisy that you guys have. You don't believe in freedom of speech. It's absolute bullcrap. Okay? It's absolutely bullcrap, because there's certain things that if we was to say, we would probably be arrested. Yes? Okay, so it shows you don't believe in no damn freedom of speech. You flipping hypocrites. You flipping double-standard hypocrites. Number two, what I'm noticing is the attacks from the Houthis in Yemen, even from Iraq, even from Iran and from Hezbollah, for some odd reasons. What I hear when I hear from the news is that they are hitting military bases. They are hitting, and I'm like, well, hold on a second. I mean, these guys are depends.
No refugee camps?
No, nothing like that.
No schools? No.
This is what I find very bizarre.
No UN or journalists?
No, nothing like that. It's bizarre that the only democracy in the Middle East, which is massacring children, killing journalists, killing people, killing British and American citizens. Yes, and then you're talking about
Israel has a right to defend itself.
I forgot they're our allies. And
yes, and a democracy.
That's it. You should have told me that before.
Yeah,
you told me that
allies of the West.
Now it changes it. Now it justifies what they're doing. You flipping scumbags. Yes, you can see these individuals who are terrorist organizations. Yeah, it depends on what part of which countries determine them. No problem. Let's go with that. How come these terrorist organizations? Let's go with argument's sake. They are terrorist organizations. Yeah, Hezbollah.
I apologize again to the Iranians. I thought they didn't want to die. They just showed the world they're a martyr society. They ready. What they want to know what the U.S. want to do. That's what they saying. And Iran just said any retaliation, and it's gonna get worse. They just said that. Whoever they just said the U.S. or Israel do anything, what they just did, that's gonna be play. That's gonna be play.
Hamas, Iran. And by the way, Iran regime, like I do not support them in any way, shape, or form. Yet when it comes to certain things, But for some odd reason, they're the terrorist organizations. Terrorism, the definition of terrorism is what? Killing innocent people for political gains. But they attack army bases. And even when it came to what Hamas did in 7th of October, which the 1,200 people, majority of them killed, was killed by who? The Hannibal Directive, by Israel's army. They killed their own people, man. They massacred their own people. Even then, they were attacking who? Military personnel. Yes, they went for military personnel. And if they was to kill anyone that's innocent, we condemn it because our religion tells us to condemn it. So to me, to see this attack and it's targeting military bases, this is what you call war. Because, okay, you're going for military bases. War happens. But no way can you come and justify and say, okay, innocent people are being killed. Oh, it's war. What the fuck are you talking about, man? Look, if it was in very certain specific circumstances, not nearly 20,000 kids being killed, that's not a specific circumstance, bro. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So this is an update we want to give you guys. 300 ballistic missiles were sent to Israel, and let me be honest with you, as a gift or whatever it's from their side. This is what they're doing, and it was sent. And to be honest with me, I want to see the end of the Zionist regime, the end of Israel, not of the Jews. It makes very clear the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians will be living back in those lands.
Yeah, it's actually anti-Semitic too.
That's how shit go. One day you riding hot. One day you could be the shooter. One day you getting shot. One day you knocking people out and they think you knocked out. Israel was just the man on the block. Now they humiliated because what people need to understand what Iran just did. Nigga, they saying, well, Israel, we can do this all day. All you can do is try to assassinate people. No, we are bombarding your territory. Israel not doing that to Iran. They doing it to Hezbollah right now. And today they said Israel. Imagine this. Today was their first day. Actually, they say invading Lebanon. Oh, really? You got bigger problems now. You see how they go? That's why. But Benjamin Netanyahu, he gonna bring America in for some of this humiliation, and it's a trap. America, don't do it. Do not do it. Those people over there are pissed. It's 1 million revolutionaries in Iraq and Yemen. They ready to die today. Don't do it, U.S.
To link Israel to Jews and Judaism.
Yes. It's like linking ISIS to Islam or Muslims.
Yeah, because not everyone supports the current regime. Not everyone supports what's going on.
Yes.
And because of that, to link a age-old religion to...
Who are atheists.
Well, Ben Gurion... Yeah, he was an atheist. One of the first prime ministers.
Even Benjamin Netanyahu, this bastard, he's an atheist.
He is.
So how can you connect that to Judaism? So to me, like I said before, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala look oppression. Never ever you go and look. If there's oppression in the land.
Okay, brothers, we appreciate that good footage. But I gotta give my people the footage. Let's get back to some footage, man. And to some details. I mean, let's see. Oh. Some airfields was hit too. So some of their airfields, and that's humiliating. They use that to bomb. Oh, Iran probably bombed the same airfields that they would need to retaliate on them. That's smart.
Hello, and welcome back to another video on the situation in the Middle East. Earlier, I reported on the start of the Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon with a battle starting in the direction of Hezbollah's settlements and bases in southern Lebanon. Following the escalation that took place at the border area, which met with conflicting reports, according to the Israeli army, they had sent a lot of special forces, paratroopers across the border to create a buffer zone or create an area where the main army can start entering into Lebanon with a limited invasion. But Hezbollah claims that they have not seen any and that there was no enemy within Lebanese territory. This whole thing... it's very weird, but at the same time, we now see a massive missile strike taking place from Iran, where they actually managed to launch hundreds of missiles towards Israel, hundreds of ballistic missiles. They are likely of the type Fatah 1, which has a payload of 350 to 450 kilograms, about 1,000 pounds. It also has a range of about 1,400 kilometers. It is reported that the missiles flew above Jordan. So it is...
Iran respect was on the line, man. This could have been the end of the Iranian revolutionary that run that country. It was on the line. They could have lost. They stronghold on the revolutionary community within the Middle East. The bond they was building with the Africans, Niger, Mali, Burger, they respect was on the line. That's serious business. That's why I was so pissed because I, really admired the anti-imperialist fight, in the Iranians. And I could not believe they was letting the Israelis do what they were doing. But little did I know that they had no plan on letting Israel get away with nothing. And the U.S. done talked all of that nonsense. Well, Iran done let the U.S. know, forget all the talk. They're going to have to fight too now.
Is somewhere within the border area that it passed through. This means that in general, the firing point would be within 1,400 kilometers. So western parts of Iran, somewhere between this area right here. So based on this, we see it could also be here where it enters Jordanian airspace just in the area between Syria and Israel. So in general, the western parts of Iran, not within this Saudi airspace, so somewhere in this northwestern parts was where the Iranians launched the missiles.
And remember, they warned any of those Middle Eastern countries. They warned Jordan because Jordan last time shot down missiles over their territory, saying they just were trying to protect the Jordanian skies. Remember, Iran already, after they killed the leader of Hamas, Iran already warned them. But once Nasrallah died, they already knew. If you participate in shooting down our missiles, you is a active participant in this war. You on the Israeli side. And Iran already told them, we're going to wipe your ass off the map. And Iran told them, if you allow the Americans or any NATO country, Britain or France, anybody to use your base to do anything, we're going to wipe your ass off the map.
We see several videos of this, both of the launches of the missiles, such as this one where we see a large wave of missiles launched somewhere in Iran. And we also see several videos, this one from Jerusalem, of civilians within Israel and Palestine recording the missiles being launched towards the different cities in Israel. We also see this video here of a massive wave striking an Israeli airbase in Tel Aviv.
That's crazy.
We see the majority of these missiles.
That's crazy. Humiliation, bro. And you see, this is outlawed in Ukraine. You see, Israel, they letting their citizens do too much. See, if the citizens wouldn't have did this, then they would have said no basis, no, it didn't happen. We knocked everything out the sky. What happened was the citizens scared to death. And someone like, oh shit, what's going on? Everybody living with their phone in their hand now is just a natural reaction. So the whole world can see your Iron Dome is a flop. Your Patriot missile system of the U.S., that's a flop. You could not stop these missiles from hitting these targets that they should. Come on, man. Iran ain't next door. Why do people target you from 2,000 miles away?
Actually managed to hit. Some were shut down, but the majority managed to hit. And this shows the effectiveness of how the Iranians can overload the Israeli air defense by sending these large waves. We also have this video here, which is a much closer perspective of the strikes that took place in Tel Aviv. Zooms in to see several strikes, smokes rising, and some fires starting. And this is also from the same area, the airfield which was struck near Tel Aviv. So the Iranians actually struck 3 separate airfields within Israeli territory, and the majority of these missiles seems to have hit. There's also this footage of allegedly a gas rig burning out in the sea near the coast. So this shows that the Iranians were also hitting Israeli civilian infrastructure. We just got this close-up footage of Iranian missile strikes hitting one of the airfields, and we see these are a lot of hits, and they all hit accurately within the airfield area. So we see that there is likely some sort of damage, whether it is jets being hit, ammunition depots, or just the runway. It could limit the Israeli Air Force capabilities in the near future until the different strikes are fixed. In general, these strikes did not do a lot of damage as the Iranians used the missiles, the ballistic missiles they have with the lowest payload. As we saw with the footage, there's not a lot of damage that comes from such missiles. The goal of the Iranians was to test the Israeli air defense, and test it they have, as they now have found a gap in the Israeli air defense. They now know with this amount of ballistic missiles, they are capable of striking Israeli targets. And this also means that if Iran manages to create nuclear weapons, they will be able to hit Israel, and Israel could be nuked. That is something that they have proven with this strike.
They've proven it.
And this is why, in my opinion, I did an analysis.
But they didn't prove it to the Iranian. This is not just for Israel. This is also for the U.S. They want the U.S. to realize anywhere in the Middle East, they already warned them. Anywhere in the Middle East, they have plenty of bases in the Middle East. We will overwhelm your air defense systems, and they will hit those fucking bases. That the hell with what the news is going to lie and tell Americans to save face and make the U.S. weapon manufacturers still look like they're the best in the world when Putin proved that's a lie, and Iran has too. That's a lesson for the U.S. They need to stop. And all that sending aircraft carriers, they need to stop because they got hypersonic missiles you can't shoot down. They will sink those, and that's just, more troops die for nothing.
Put it out on my Telegram, and it is the conclusion I came to is that this situation is extremely difficult to see how this does not escalate into all-out war, because for the first time in history, Israel's air defense system was completely helpless. Iran now knows it works. It can repeat this at will. Iran has thousands of ballistic missiles with heavier payloads than this, and if they make nuclear weapons, they have that as well. Therefore, this strike is...
I believe when Benjamin Netanyahu said that he when Iran was safe, I believe that the supreme leader did what he was supposed to do to save Iran, and he gave the word. I believe they right now is making nuclear weapons. I believe that the U.S., it'll be a big mistake to think that Iran do not have a nuclear bomb. And just like Israel made a mistake killing Nasrallah and they paying for it, I think it'll be a big mistake to think that they don't have nuclear weapons because they could lose their whole fucking country behind thinking something dumb like that.
A death sentence to Israel, as it shows that their air defense is not invincible and that the Iranians can simply bypass it by launching enough missiles. Iranian media, which of course is very biased in this scenario as it is an Iranian strike, and Iranian media is state-controlled, so it's very easy for them to simply exaggerate the results. But so far they are reporting that they have struck 20 Israeli F-35 fighter jets.
They did.
There's no way to confirm this information, so you can take it with a grain of salt and simply not believe it, because it's simply hearsay. There's no way to verify this information unless we go to Israel, to the airbase, and check it out. Which naturally,
that ain't how we report. 20 Israeli fighter planes blown up. That's how I'm reporting this. Forget all that. We haven't seen them blown. If the Iranians say they hit them, they hit them. We've seen those missiles. What the hell you think what those missiles was falling on? If it was an air base, Iran is saying, guess what? I'm pretty sure they got the radar shot. Like they'll release that when they get ready. I'm pretty sure those Israeli war planes was on those bases that got hit. Come on, man. I know you want to monetize this video, brother, but damn.
We cannot do. Therefore, I'll just share the report as it is. You can believe it if you choose to or not. It does not really make a difference. The point is, again, Iran has proven it can strike Israel, and they can either strike them accurately, they can strike them and hit the targets, and they can bypass the Israeli air defense.
This dude tripping, bro. He want to, in one breath, he say, okay, Iran struck air bases. Look, hundreds of Iranian missiles strike Israeli airfields. This is his title. What the hell you think was in those airfields? See, this is biased reporting. They hate to tell the truth about Israel, bro. What the hell you think was there? They're warplanes. Those are blown up. Come on, they don't want to say that because then they'll tell you hundreds of millions of dollars up in smoke. I mean, that probably was $1 billion strike. They done fucked Israel up and the U.S.
This will very, very, very likely evolve into a war.
Good.
And it will likely be a direct war because the very existence of Israel is now under threat. Now, what comes next is extremely important because the ball is now in Israel's field. They are the ones who can pick the next strike. Will they respond to this Iranian strike on Israel, which will lead to further escalation? The Iranians have said any response to this strike would require a stronger response by Iran. It is escalation to the.
After Iran humiliated and blew everything up, Iran said any response, anything, if you even go on TV and look mean at them, they might blow you up. Iran, they not playing, bro. They understand what time it is. They pray, they understand. Hey man, you here today, live tomorrow, man. Be in the moment. And they have an opportunity to go down as the people who dealt with the Zionists and the U.S. once and for all. That was what that strike meant. And they letting the U.S. know, you say you're going to help Israel? Cool, because what Israel just got, you're going to get all over the Middle East. That's what you're going to get, U.S. And they just told the U.S. that. So don't think you're going to defend Israel. No, you're going to have to defend your fucking self, bro. Ain't no you defend
De-escalate.
Who going to defend you?
Israel is the master of this strategy, and they always do this in a way where they escalate even further to just completely destroy anyone who attacks them, to discourage any further attacks. And considering Iran has just proven that they can strike Israel, the very likely response by Israel would be to hit any and every Iranian nuclear facility to prevent the Iranians from evolving and building their first nuclear bombs, to avoid the Iranians from being capable of launching nukes at Israel. That is my prediction if Israel wants to preserve its own state.
Do it, Israel. Do it, Israel. Do it. You see, you should have never killed Nasrallah. That was your first mistake. You're regretting it right now. You're hiding underground. You gotta come and be hiding under there, man. That was your first mistake. All right, let's listen to a little bit of the news, because they said, and they telling some lies on TV again. You know, they gotta tell lies. They intercepted all the missiles. That's a lie. Get the most high for alternative media.
Breaking news: Iran launching a barrage of missiles into Israel. Major escalation in the conflict in the Middle East. I'm Anderson Cooper alongside my colleague Wolf Blitzer. We've witnessed missiles intercepted across Israel a short time ago as air raid sirens went off on the ground below.
We've witnessed missiles intercepted all across Israel. You see how they do? Now we've witnessed missiles devastating air bases and striking. No. We've witnessed the missiles being intercepted. Oh man, here you go with the nonsense.
The Israeli military now confirms some of those missiles made a direct impact in central and southern Israel.
Some, but the Israeli military, they say a couple. You a lie. Only a couple didn't hit.
It's estimated Iran launched nearly 100 projectiles. Iran says this attack was in response for the killing of Hezbollah's leader.
You see? 200 missiles, projectiles. These Zionists bastard, they don't want to give Iran no respect. Like what they threw daggers? Iran threw 200 bottles. Projectiles? What type of projectiles? I can make a projectile. What are you talking about? A hypersonic missile? You don't want to say Israel got hit with 300 hypersonic missiles. This is propaganda.
Nasrallah and other assassinations.
A source says the Israeli security cabinet is in their emergency bunker right now, and the Israeli military says Iran's attack, and I'm quoting now, will have consequences.
In the emergency bunker. You mean they hide not? You don't act like they having no meetings. They're please, they're not meeting. They're not going over war reports. Not when the missiles were striking. They all was wishing they was clicking their heels like Dorothy, wishing they was in Kansas.
The White House says both President Biden and Vice President Harris are in the White House Situation Room monitoring the situation. We're standing by to get an immediate update from White House officials and from the U.S. State Department. We also expect to hear from the Pentagon. I want to show you the moment CNN crews saw the Iranian missiles entering Tel Aviv's airspace earlier this afternoon. Watch this.
This is a major attack. Jim Sciutto, this is obviously
a major attack. There's no
question.
What
you are seeing, what we are all seeing with our own eyes, is a major attack from Iran.
It's a major attack, Dana, and it's an escalation. It's an escalation of this war beyond what we saw. I think potentially beyond what we saw in April when Iran launched dozens of missiles and drones. This attack, according to U.S. intelligence, principally or perhaps entirely ballistic missiles, which are the fastest by far and the most dangerous.
تعال شوفها من هون. تعال شوفها من هون ماما. ولكم شوفوا فوق. هون شوفوا فوقيه هون هي.
Revolutionary salute to my brother Plant Base 15 for the donation to the war chest. You say appreciate the great news breakdown these events, brother Core Figure TV King Y. I appreciate the donation to the war chest. Appreciate the love, family, revolutionary way of life. Salute. All the humiliation is real. You see, these people like to see this happen to Gaza. And remember, they thought that this was going to be Lebanon today. They had no idea Iran was going to turn them into Gaza for today.
What we're seeing in addition to those intercepts is we're seeing fragments falling.
No, ain't no intercepts. Stop lying.
A deadly fireworks display over Tel Aviv.
And
Goodness,
you're
there was an
talking
impact.
about Tel Aviv.
Fireworks display.
And you're talking about Tel Aviv, Jim. We are looking at pictures right now. Oh, we are looking at pictures of Tel Aviv, what you're describing.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, bro. These people see.
Oh, God.
You
okay,
see?
guys, we got to get off.
These people see. He said, oh, God. Yeah, clown. Because you see the missiles and he's like, oh, shit. Yes, bro. This the real deal. This ain't no fire drill. Punk you. We're seeing missiles intercept. Yeah, intercept with the warplanes and intercept with the military headquarters and intercept with Mossad bunkers. Stop. You see, these people, even, you see, the problem this time, any footage was bad footage. That's what we went. Ain't no good clips you can edit out. Not this time. Iran want to make sure if you roll your cameras, you're going to see the destruction.
Off the roof. These are coming down right next to us here.
Please do, Jim. Please do.
Yeah.
They're coming down.
You want to be part of the movie?
We got to go inside.
You got a grand roll today.
That was roughly an hour and a half ago. I want to go back to Jim Shadow, who is still in Tel Aviv, back on the roof. He
and both of these are small hats
at
on
a certain
the screen,
point about an hour or so ago. Jim, just talk about first of all, how are things right now? And talk a little bit about the video that we just saw, what we were looking at.
So right now, I should be clear, the air raid sirens have ended, and there was an announcement, in fact, a short time ago saying it's okay to return safely. And as I understand it, even Iranian officials have said that this attack, from their perspective, is over. But let me describe as this was happening. And to be clear, it's our whole team here, and you know well, Anderson, that there's a lot of folks that go into getting images like that on the air. What we were seeing,
they whole team. Guess what?
Missiles,
they whole team was there to cover the invasion of Lebanon, to get the video of Lebanon being bombarded, and to say how Hezbollah was paying the price. They had no idea they was going to be covering the humiliation. Look at their faces. They didn't know they was going to be getting this action. They thought they was going to be seeing the humiliation of Lebanon. Not today. It's the humiliation of the U.S. and Israel.
The whole array of Israeli air defenses firing to intercept those missiles, and it's multi-layered around the city, both in terms of the altitudes they strike, but also just layers of defenses. And as it struck me as I was watching it, is that they were coming to a meeting point in the sky just above us, just to the east of us here, but also increasingly above our heads, so that we could see the missile fragments, as you're seeing there, coming down, or perhaps the intercepted missiles, once they'd completed their mission, perhaps struck a target, coming down. And the one you just saw right there on the screen, because I believe that's the top of our hotel there with the blue light, came just to the right of us. And once it was clear to me, Anderson and Wolf, that these intercepts were taking place above our heads, gravity works, we decided to go inside until that particular barrage was over. Then there was a pause in between. We came out again, and then there was a second barrage of about the same duration. So at least
hypersonic missiles don't take long to get there.
And I find it remarkable, frankly, that there were no casualties, as Admiral Hagari just said a short time ago.
That's
because
a lot.
In addition to those impacts that you're seeing there on the air, there was quite a large one just to the north of us, with flames and smoke rising off in the distance. So I think that folks were listening. to those air raid signals. Thankfully, they were going into shelters. They have a lot of experience with that here, and there was probably some good fortune involved that prevented there being casualties. I should note, though, we mentioned this earlier, there were casualties tonight in Tel Aviv, 8 people killed at a light rail station, a shooting at a light rail station just before those missiles started falling. And Israeli authorities say they're investigating that as a potential terrorist attack.
I want to go now to our Ben Wiedemann, who's standing by in Beirut. Ben, explain what you heard from your vantage point in Beirut as these strikes were going on in Israel.
What we saw, Anderson, was fireworks over the southern suburbs of Beirut, an area where Hezbollah has many supporters. We also heard a celebratory gunfire, and I'm watching as I'm speaking to you. Hezbollah's TV station El Manar is running loops of incoming missiles hitting Israel. So clearly, there is, among those supporters of Hezbollah, there is a certain amount of satisfaction seeing this happen, keeping in mind that 2 weeks ago with the pager attacks, the walkie-talkie attacks, and since over the last 8 days, punishing Israeli airstrikes, and of course last Friday the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. Certainly Hezbollah has taken just
now
one
look what happened
body
to you
blow after another. So clearly there are certain elements within
you did that to the little brother. Now the big brother stepped up today and slapped the hell out of you. You've been picking on the little brother, Hezbollah. Now Iran decided to put you in your place and humiliate you. Had the whole Israeli society underground hiding. What you talking about? They celebrating all over the Middle East. Even the besieged people in Gaza who are losing their life had to take some time to celebrate today because now they know they still in the fight. Now they know Iran is not playing. Iran been holding back. Now Iran is ready to do this dance with Israel. And they can try to hide this all they want. The strength of Israel and the U.S., they're good at assassinations. They are getting humiliated in the grand scheme of things, and Iran just proved that.
That are
taking patient missile system. That's the best in the world. That didn't work. Well, come on. The Iron Dome. That didn't work. Come on, man. These people is scammers.
Faction at what is going on at the moment. Not necessarily the broader population in Lebanon, many of whom have just been sitting watching television with a certain amount of dread, certainly over the last 24 hours, as we've seen Israel start limited ground operations so far into the south. But certainly this additional development of these extensive Iranian missile strikes on Israel certainly raises the level of concern to heights we haven't seen yet. Anderson?
Let me pick it up. It's Wolf. Ben, as you know, and most of our viewers should know by now, the Hezbollah forces in South Lebanon have accumulated thousands of rockets and drones and missiles, potentially that could be aimed towards Israel. I haven't seen a huge, they've been doing it a lot. They started October 8th, the day after October 7th, they began Hezbollah launching some of these rockets and missiles towards Israel. But given their capabilities, and the assumption by U.S. intelligence, Israeli intelligence, was that Hezbollah always had a major potential threat to Israel. Why haven't the Hezbollah forces in South Lebanon launched more of these projectiles towards Israel?
It's important to note, Wolf, that the projectiles they launch from southern Israel tend to be short range, focused on Israeli military positions along the border. They have longer range missiles that we do not believe they keep in that area where, as we've seen, there's a high probability of an Israeli ground incursion. Those are kept further north, away from the Israelis. Why haven't they used them so far? That's a question many people here are asking. It probably has something to do with the fact that what we've seen going back to July 30th is the gradual and increasingly rapid elimination of many of the senior commanders of Hezbollah. And of course, Hassan Nasrallah last Friday. Now, yesterday we did hear from one of the senior deputy of Nasrallah, Naim Qasim, who said in a television broadcast that despite these blows, Hezbollah has not collapsed, that they still are able to function. Now, the question is, is the fact that they haven't fired some of their longer, heavier weaponry. Is it because of the elimination of the military command, or is it because they're holding it in reserve in the event there is a full-on invasion of southern Lebanon? And certainly we are getting indications from, for instance, warnings on Twitter from the Arab.
This cameraman is nothing but a CIA spy. He keep talking about he watching Hezbollah TV. He got strange questions about why hasn't Hezbollah fired its strategic weapons? Why are you worried about Hezbollah? It's Iran just fired strategic weapons at you. But they want Hezbollah to fire strategic weapons so they can find those sites and bomb them. Hezbollah is actually being patient and holding them until they have got to. But they don't need to right now. Why? Because Iran took the pressure off of them. But it's strange this CIA operative pretending to be a news guy is wondering why Hezbollah is not firing its strategic weapons. Boy, you just came from in your bunker, boy, and you worry about Hezbollah? You see, these people is delusional on what's actually the reality of things right now. He went there I told you, he went there to take the destruction of Hezbollah, but now they got to deal with Iran.
Arabic spokesman for the Israeli military about telling people essentially to go tens of kilometers north away from southern Lebanon. The indications are there may well be a full-on Israeli invasion of the south, in which case...
whatever. You still reading that script from earlier? Didn't they tell you rip that up? Things have changed. It's a new day now. They haven't... You didn't get the message? Rip that script up, brother. Israel is... Where's Benjamin Netanyahu? That's what we want to know. World War III is here. Where's Netanyahu? He started all this.
Welcome into Redacted, everybody. Clayton's watching his phone because we're watching updates from this war. The War of the Worlds has started, in case you missed it, and we're here to cover it. Thank you for joining us on Redacted today. I'm Natalie Morris. This is my husband, Clayton.
Yeah, I mean, everything changes today, and there's a lot of propaganda being thrown around right now. All you need to do is watch U.S. state-run media, whether it's pick your poison right now. Watch CNN, watch Fox News. They're all just basically an extension of the State Department.
Isn't that funny?
Thing. Yeah.
You guys, when you realize that they're totally opposite when it comes to the political spectrum, except when it comes to trying to throw your kids into war.
So we got a lot of propaganda to dig through, as obviously Iran has launched a massive and devastating strike against Israel. But if you listen to the mainstream media, nothing happened, no big deal. Everything was shot down. No one was hurt. Everything's good. Now they're going to respond. But we're going to dig through all of that on today's show and give you the very latest on this, because the state-run media, I'm talking Fox News, I'm talking MSNBC and the others that are an extension of the military-industrial complex at this point, are calling for deep strikes inside of Iran to take out oil infrastructure, hit nuclear targets, nuclear reactor infrastructure, and then you have 10,000 American forces that are sitting right now in the Middle East, which are sitting ducks. We just saw what would happen to American aircraft carriers if you shoot overwhelming number of ballistic missiles at them. It will be game over. So yeah, we've got a lot to talk about today.
I mean, they're literally saying things like take out the Ayatollah and totally overthrow
Iran really just exposed them. They better take that little exposure, this little tap on the button humiliation, because all that bluffing, Iran just told you, I will overwhelm y'all defenses. And they definitely can hit an aircraft carrier and sink it. 5,000 people on an aircraft carrier. These people don't give a damn about our soldiers. They playing a very dangerous game, and they was beating their chest and talking tough. Now, I'm pretty sure they're humiliated, but they're not going to stop.
The state of Iran. How do you think we can do this, you guys? Do you, if you think that that's so easy to just say on Fox News, we have an inflated sense of self. Go ahead, Philip. What were you going to say?
Well, attacking oil infrastructure, though, I mean, does that then what? Like, does that bring BRICS into it? Is that something they want? Is now suddenly India, China, Russia getting involved?
Right. There is a reason that Shoigu and the Russians flew into Iran just a few short days ago to have meetings and discussions, because they know that this is coming.
This is all on the table. This is a World War III alert at this point. So yes, we're going to get to that.
Okay. Also, there's more. Julian Assange spoke for the first time today. He said that MAGA wolves prosecuted him. I absolutely would like to hear Donald Trump's response to this, because those of you who find yourself conservative may be thrown into this. Who's responsible for the torture of Julian Assange, and who will be held responsible? I want to see some heads roll, so to speak. Not literally. I don't want to see anybody's head cut off. I want to see some punishment. So we're going to talk about that. Also, Xavier DeRosso, he's a Black conservative voice on social media, a force to be reckoned with. And he joins us for the first time on Redacted. And I'm excited to talk to him about race baiting of the Democratic Party, and specifically how their policies harm Black people. So we're going to get to all of that in just a second.
Yeah, let us know where you're joining us from around the world. Here we got multiple chats up here. We got our Rumble chat up live, so I can see everything on Rumble, and we've got our YouTube chat up as well. X up and streaming as well. So please let us know where you're joining us from around the world. And this is a moment, guys, for us not to be sucked into propaganda. And there's a lot of it to sort through today. So
it's a good day to remind you that Redacted is primarily an anti-war channel. We have studied the conflicts from Vietnam on, and all of the lies that we have been told in order to support war, and we will never do that again. In my opinion, the United States has lost the ability to bang a war drum or save anybody anywhere else in the world. We are primarily anti-war. We are not anti-Iran. We are not anti-Israel. We are not anti-Jew. We are not anti-Muslim. We're anti-nobody. We are pro-humanist. We don't want anybody's child to be dragged into this war. So that is the lens with which we will look at this war drum that is banging at full volume today.
A lot of people joining us from around the world. Good to see everyone saying hello. And someone just said hello from underneath the redacted wood desk. No, this person, High Plains Drifter, said he was under the desk. I'm scared about that.
It's this kind of day, you guys. We need the extra large because.
All right, let's get to it.
Let's do it. No, I can't. I'm not ready.
You ready now?
No.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
I'm pissed. Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Well, it is October 1st, so get ready for your October surprise, everyone. Sure looks like World War III is underway as we speak. Remember last week when President Biden and the Harris regime said that they're going to push Israel to escalate in order to de-escalate? That's my favorite foreign policy strategy of all time, and we're seeing the fruits of that now. We're going to de-escalate by escalating. So I hope this gets brought up tonight during the vice presidential debates with J.D. Vance and Tim Walz. How is this escalation through de-escalation through escalation working out for you? Well, we just saw it, and it's a disaster. It turns out Kamala Harris and President Biden are morons. And how is this de-escalation going? Well, Israel overnight, of course, invaded Lebanon. And Israel launched strikes into Syria. Yes, Israel struck Damascus overnight. That probably didn't get reported in your state-run media. Killed a bunch of people. Also killed a television news anchor in Damascus. So that was Israel striking Syria. Israel invading Lebanon. Then Russian President Putin rushed to the Kremlin late last night for an emergency meeting and told Benjamin Netanyahu, you better get out of Lebanon right now or face consequences. That from the Russians.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Putin said, Netanyahu, you get your ass up out of Lebanon, and then Iran let the missiles fly. Y'all think this is a game? The time is here, man. Putin said, oh, hell no. Nasrallah, that's his partner. Y'all killed Nasrallah? Oh, man, y'all should have knew the time was here.
Russians. So if you don't think we're like at a tipping point moment, then you need to get your head examined. Then just a short time ago, Russia's ally Iran launched hundreds of ballistic missiles at Israel in response to Israel assassinating a few of their leaders. The missile attack started just after noon Eastern time. And just so we're on this,
man, landing all over Israel, hitting all kind of military facilities. Mossad headquarters. What Mossad headquarters? That thing blown off the map.
Same page here. In the 75-year history of Israel, this has never happened. This is unprecedented. And by the way, we should point out, according to military sources I was talking.
When you kill Nasrallah, a revolutionary hero, great freedom fighter, an anti-imperialist guerrilla warrior, when you kill a man of that ilk, they got to give you something that you never seen before. It can't be, the get back can't be regular. or Iran wouldn't be the big dog that they once again showed themselves to be. You could no. It had to be total humiliation of the U.S. because the U.S., the big America, couldn't do nothing but watch and hide. They got themselves, nigga. They couldn't help Israel. They couldn't even help themselves.
Talking with earlier today, this has just been a theory, like on paper, that anyone could do this and pull this off, which is launch hundreds of ballistic missiles, many of them hypersonic missiles, and overwhelm any sort of Iron Dome, arrow system, David Sling system, you name it.
It's called the swarm system, and it's the Chinese method. I know Iran got this from China. China might be sitting back like, damn, why you showed off? I mean, that's what China said they would use to defeat any American warships or anything at sea. They said they would send 2,000 missiles and drones, and they absolutely would be able to hit the target. The Chinese nuclear strategy, they said that they don't care that America or their adversary, like America, might have more nukes because they're going to shoot 3,000-4,000 missiles and then shoot their nuclear missiles inside of those, you see, and overwhelm your system. Iran just decided to use the revolutionary swarm system. They should. They got the right to. Nasrallah just died. Show NATO and the U.S. what the future looked like in any wars. Overwhelming missile strikes, and they can't shoot them down.
Whatever you want to call their sophisticated anti-air, defense systems, overwhelm all of them with hundreds of ballistic missiles when they can't shoot many of them down. And that's exactly what happened. So Iranian state television, this is Iranian state television, so take this with a grain of salt. Iranian state television says 80% of the missiles fired at Israel hit their targets. 80%. That's the Iranian side. Take that with a grain of salt. Something else you should also take with a grain of salt is the United States side, and the Israeli.
The video I played at the beginning, we seen the missiles hitting one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. What you saw with your own eyes, and anybody can rewind this and see it for yourself. We witnessed missile after missile striking inside of Israel.
Israeli side, they say that almost there was no damage. And Israel says those missiles did fall into Israel, and the ones that fell were struck by anti-aircraft systems, their air defense systems, which is a joke and a total lie.
Well, Fox News is putting that number at dozens. So 80% of a certain number is dozens that hit. So we can't really quantify.
But their dozens are dozens struck and falling. So, we hit them and they fell. So
they're saying dozens got past,
hit, fell into areas, etc. The propagandists on the mainstream media were telling us the United States and Israel were able to shoot down almost all of them, though. And then just a few minutes ago, the White House, Jake Sullivan, lied right to our faces. Listen to this propaganda.
But at this time, and I stress at this time, we do not know of any deaths in Israel. We are tracking the reported death of a Palestinian civilian in Jericho in the West Bank. We do not know of any damage to aircraft or strategic military assets in Israel.
That's a lie.
In short, based on what we know at this point, this attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. This was first and foremost the result of the professionalism of the IDF, but in no small part because of the skilled work of the U.S. military and meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack.
That's disgusting, bro. You see, that's disgusting. What the hell did you do besides hiding your bunker? What did you do besides hiding your bunker? This attack failed. Why? Because you're still alive? Benjamin Netanyahu lives. This is disgusting, bro. But they do this in Ukraine all day, Putin destroying everything. They talking about they intercepting everything. But alternative media has shown, no, you're lying. We've seen those missiles hitting the ground. Show us the ground then, sucker. Show us the ground where the missiles was hitting. They're not going to do it.
So no damage.
Wait.
No damage.
Wait. They were anticipating this attack, but they also have said they were not notified of the attack. They said Russia was notified of this attack, but the United States was not. But they're just so good that they constantly have a fly swatter in the air.
Right. And then just a short time ago, General, you had, the Joint Chiefs of Staff General coming out and saying that, yes, in fact, we fired 15 interceptors. So in his initial statement, we fired 15 interceptors. And then he tried to move on when a reporter followed it up and said, you fired 15 interceptors. Did they hit any Iranian missiles? We don't have that information yet. Yes, you do. You fired 15 interceptors. The whole purpose of an interceptor is immediate response to know if it struck its target and intercepted the missile it fired at. You're lying
That was not
once again to the American people.
Question he asked? That was not a question he asked. They're like, yeah, we fired 15 interceptors. Oh, great. No more information needed.
And he just moved on. We fired 15 interceptors from our aircraft carriers that are positioned in the Gulf, 10,000 American forces that are there right now, sitting ducks. We fired 15 interceptors to help out with this operation. Did they hit? We don't have that information. Can't give you that information. Like, this is the type of garbage you're being fed right now. So, okay, it's all laughable. There's no damage, according to Jake Sullivan. Oh, and by the way, the only victim just happens to be a Palestinian? You mean so Iran is now killing Palestinians? That's the propaganda that they're telling you from the podium. I don't know if you caught that. The only person we know of that's been killed so far is a Palestinian, and because that came from Iran. Just so you're clear. Okay, we'll verify that, Jake Sullivan. We'll get to the bottom of that, Jake Sullivan. But eyewitnesses have something else to say about it. Eyewitnesses who are witnessing massive destruction across Israel in multiple locations. But there's no damage, I guess. Well, here's just an example. These punishing attacks. These are eyewitness videos.
Come on, man. One after the other, bro. People should be ashamed of themselves, bro. Sit here on TV and say anything when it's alternative media showing them that boom, 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 boom. They should ask them, what's the location of those missiles? Where are they at? No, nothing. Those are open fields. Man, you a damn lie. Those are military bases. That's Mossad headquarters. That's intelligence center. Come on, stop lying to these people. Look at that shit. You people crazy.
Like about 12%.
Huh?
Yeah, that's about 12%.
I just told you one missile after the other one, after the other one, after the other one, after the other one. They talking about 12. See, because of those videos, Fox News got a line say, okay, dozens. They stop lying. Hundreds of missiles hit Israel. Hundreds, because you didn't knock none of them down. They was hypersonic. Stop lying to the people.
No damage at all, though, according to the White House. And there's no damage, and not true at all. Many are lies. Many are ballistic missiles many of these ballistic missiles did hit in downtown Tel Aviv and all across Israel, of course, outside of the main area of Tel Aviv. You won't see this on Fox News, though, like this. This is downtown Tel Aviv.
Now, right there. That man just told you no damage. Downtown Tel Aviv. What was in that building? They ain't military intelligence center. The crazy part is the accuracy of these missiles. They don't want to talk about that. The accuracy. They're not. They fired 300 missiles. They didn't hit. And for them to say there were no casualties, you probably, I ran some bad boys. They some bad boys. You mean to tell me they didn't hit none of the people? No, they was on the ground. They didn't wipe out none of their homes. They not aiming at homes. They striking what they aiming at, airfields, Mossad headquarters. Tell them to go to the Mossad base and go live. They're not gonna do it because it is no Mossad base no more. They blew that bitch off the map. Don't cry now, lady.
Horrible.
You want to cry?
Horrible. This is war. And this is exactly what's happening, and it's happening right in civilian areas and in military targets. This is war. This is World War III. But you're not going to see that on Fox News because there's no damage. So no one in Tel Aviv was, there's no damage. Don't worry about it. Here's more missile attacks caught by eyewitnesses.
Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are coming down right next to us here.
Yeah, that's the media.
They're coming down. One just about. We got to go inside.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to go inside, y'all. These things are coming down. Yeah, because you thought you was going to see Israel bomb Lebanon, get some great footage of the Lebanese screaming, hollering, and you keep saying the terrorists are paying, but you didn't know you were going to be filming the bombing of Israel. All those people over there had no idea they were going to be bombing, seeing Israel get bombed. Oh, we got to go inside. These missiles are hitting all around us. Yeah, you just said that. They're going to edit that later. He's not going to be on the news saying these missiles landing all around us no more. Watch out. Tomorrow, that's going to be gone.
And go where?
Why didn't they report that on television?
You got to get inside and go where, though? Where is safe from something like that?
Yeah, and speaking to sources inside of Tel Aviv, many of them have bunkers inside their houses, built inside their closet structures. If you're in high rises, they have massive fortified bunkers inside closets, right? So that's where they're going. here's the thing you won't see, right? And this is important for us to understand here. So when you're watching, MSNBC or CNN or whatever, most of the reporters are like in downtown Tel Aviv, and they have like cushy apartments. Tel Aviv, by the way, is one of the most expensive cities in the world to live in, and a lot of these reporters have very nice apartments in downtown Tel Aviv. So a lot of these Israeli positions that have been hit were actually targeted by Iran. They were out in where there's IDF forces and military targets far away from the video cameras, because remember, many of the journalists have been killed. So there's not a lot of journalists can go to these areas and get you this type of footage. Here, rockets hitting inside of occupied Palestinian areas, hitting IDF targets inside of occupied Palestine. Watch. So this is in Palestine. These are targets hitting in near Palestine. So you're not going to see a lot of this missile footage again on the mainstream media because of where this stuff is hitting. Many of these rockets struck targets there. They also struck IDF positions, and they struck all over the country. Again, these mainstream media.
Pertinent question.
Yeah.
That we don't have an answer to. How would Iran know where those IDF targets are in occupied Palestine? Okay, I don't have an answer, right? But it's a good question.
It's easy because the Russian and Chinese satellites, just like the U.S. gives Ukraine all of the Russian locations so they can pinpoint strike them through a satellite. Russia gave Putin. Did they just tell you Putin came out and told Netanyahu he better get the hell out of Lebanon? Then you wonder how Iran could pinpoint strike these locations. Come on, you answer that yourself. Putin is making sure they can hit those goddamn targets.
Right. They know exactly where Netanyahu is. They know where their bunkers are. They know everything. They have the most advanced spy technology in the world. To think that Iran doesn't know where these guys are located, they were with pinpoint accuracy striking IDF targets. I mean,
okay,
it's ignorant.
It's terrifying, right?
Well, yeah, but this is the war games, right? To think that Putin doesn't know exactly where Zelensky is sitting right now, to think that Netanyahu doesn't know exactly where the Ayatollah is sitting right now. They know exactly where these people are sitting. That's why they were able to target and assassinate Nasrallah. That's why they're able to hit all of these targets specifically. And by the way, the United States is coordinating directly to make sure these targets are struck with the Israelis right now. And we know that because we just heard from Jake Sullivan that the United States and CENTCOM is working directly to target and make sure that we're hitting these targets.
So, I mean, it's maybe a bbasic question. Maybe it's rudimentary, but it's terrifying because it shows us what we're dealing with.
Right. And if they want to escalate it at any moment, I think this is the most important thing to take away from all of this today is we were told that this Iron Dome, I saw someone in the chat saying the Iron Dome is a joke, and it's only way to, Daniel Worth says the Iron Dome is an absolute lie. It was a way to get more taxpayer money from the United States tax cattle. Yeah, of course. And it was always a theory, as I mentioned on paper at the top, it was always a theory on paper that if you overwhelmed the Iron Dome or the Aero system with a number of hypersonic ballistic missiles, technology that American aircraft carriers cannot shoot down, that the Iron Dome cannot shoot down, that the Aero system cannot shoot down, that it would you could potentially destroy Israel. That's exactly what you're seeing happen now. And now we have confirmation of that with hundreds of missiles hitting their targets, even though the mainstream media will lie to you, tell you that they didn't. So what do you take away from this? I mean,
one thing that I take away, I quite liked the idea of an American dome when President Trump has mentioned
but it's a lie.
that. Yeah.
It's a lie. And
right.
Don't
So
fall for it.
It's sort of piercing this false sense of security.
It's a boondoggle. It's a money boondoggle for the military industrial complex. You cannot shoot down hypersonic missiles, and you certainly can't shoot down 181 of them, which is what we just saw. You cannot shoot down hypersonic missiles. They were fired. You have 12 minutes of response. They were fired from Iran. They knew they were coming, and they weren't able to shoot down nearly any of them, which is eye-opening. And I'm saying this changes everything. And it changes everything for the United States when you think about Americans sitting ducks right now, being used. That's all Americans are doing right now is being used, sitting in the Gulf, 10,000 of them on aircraft carriers that imagine 50 of these ballistic missiles are fired at one of those aircraft carriers. They're done. They are done. according to the military sources that I've been speaking to, you cannot stop them. This technology is antiquated. It looks big. You got this massive aircraft carrier. It's a show of force in the face of this new technology. You're done. You're finished. And now what's going to happen? Israel is, of course, going to ratchet things up and going to respond. They're going to attack oil facilities. They're going to hit all sorts of infrastructure. Here, by the way, in response to this, so this is not being reported on television right now. And that is, Iran has said that they struck that one of their main targets was 3 different airfields. The Nevatim Air Base in Negev, and they apparently hit it from multiple angles, and dozens of ballistic missiles taking out this air base. And this is a massive air base. This is the largest one in Israel. We won't know until the sun comes up if it's been fully destroyed yet, but this is one of 3. This is one of their main air bases. They struck it 5 months ago and destroyed the runways. Now it looks like they've totally leveled it. Take a look at this. This is the Nevatim Air Base in Negev. Take a look.
Oh, give me a second. Which one are we on?
Nevatim Air Base. Yeah. Missiles. Any of them, because it's from 2 different angles here. You can take, just go ahead and play them.
للمطار دخل مطار للمطار دخل يا ولاد لا للمطار للمطار دخل لا
You're going to stop that? Yeah. Here's more. This is, again, another angle of the Nevatim Air Base. Take a look at this. You're going to see more and more footage like that. Can we go through? I'm not sure where we are in our footage here now. I've got a bunch of them labeled the same. Just play a couple of these here, Philip. Just go ahead and play them because they're this one, that one. Go ahead and play that one. Go back. Yep. This is the airfield from a different angle. Look at the Iron Dome taking out all of these missiles. There's one that was stopped. Almost every one of that barrage through. Yeah.
So, we've reported many times in the last few weeks that Iran has offered peace negotiations, that they have said they want to de-escalate. And this is a failure of leadership, that nobody took them seriously, nobody on our side. And you listen to the media right now and they're like, we're going to step up. We can answer them. We can answer them and destroy them. That's what they're saying. And we don't have any kind of cooler heads prevailing saying, this sounds terrifying. How about the death stop? Nobody's saying that. And it's worth remembering that in the wake of September 11th, that only 10% of the voices on cable news were asking for de-escalation. We're asking for peace talks. Nobody's platformed who says that. So keep that in mind. We've been here before. And you'll see, obviously, the voices saying right now they need to basically annihilate Iran, wipe them off the map, wipe away Tehran, vaporize them. I see someone in the chat saying vaporize civilians.
Tehran. Yeah. So just like,
and if they do, Iran gonna retaliate. That's what's understood. If they nuke Iran, Russia already said that they're going to use nuclear weapons. But if Tel Aviv tried to nuke Iran, Iran would definitely have their own nuclear weapons, like I say, maybe in 3 hours, maybe in 3 weeks. But it would be the absolute end of Israel.
It's like, I guess what you want is nuclear war. And so that's what Iran would do, is respond with massive destruction of Israel and wipe them off the map. You cannot stop this. And I think what this is showing is you can't stop what Iran just did. And the United States can't stop it. The United States has 10,000 forces. Almost more than half of our fleet is there right now, and we couldn't stop it. It should be an absolute wake-up call to everyone who's sitting there and being so cavalier, saying, just go in and destroy Iran right now. Because what is do you think
Lindsey Graham?
Do you think Russia's going to allow that to happen? It's not. Well, we are facing a World War III moment. Go ahead, Philip.
Not even Russia, Pakistan. Pakistan is a nuclear power. Right. What happens? And they've already said that they would retaliate. about
and Turkey.
Like they've come up. Yeah, and Turkey.
And so is Israel. We don't know how close those bombs got to Israel's nukes, but they have them.
So the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps just released this statement saying, in response to the assassination of martyr Ismail Hanai and martyr Syed Hassan Nasrallah and martyr Major General Abbas Nilforshan, we targeted the heart of occupied territories. So meaning they specifically hit into Palestinian areas specifically. They said, quote, if the Zionist regime responds to the operation, it will face violent attacks. And of course, according to sources, a second wave is ready to start at any moment. As we mentioned earlier, Russian President Putin has a message for Benjamin Netanyahu: get out of Lebanon now or face dire consequences. Russia calling on Israel to immediately withdraw troops from Lebanon. And that's why last night, I mean, Putin knows exactly what's coming, racing back to the Kremlin at 11 o'clock last night for an emergency meeting. And Netanyahu knew what was coming. Yeah. Because he released this video message to the Iranian people.
Iran told Putin the time is now. Putin said attack, man. Putin said attack, I got your back. If any nukes fly, everything fly, man. One fly, all of them fly.
Like shortly before the attack, basically saying now's the time, rise up against your regime. We are here to love you. We as Israelis love you. But, we're going to help you basically throw off this regime. And they are hurting you. This is what Netanyahu had to say a time ago.
I speak a lot about the leaders of Iran. Yet at this pivotal moment, I want to address you, the people of Iran. I want to do so directly, without filters, without middlemen. Every day, you see a regime that subjugates you make fiery speeches about defending Lebanon, defending Gaza. Yet every day, that regime plunges our region deeper into darkness and deeper into war. Every day, their puppets are eliminated. Ask Mohammed Def, ask Nasrallah. There is nowhere in the Middle East Israel cannot reach. There's nowhere we will not go to protect our people and protect our country. With every passing moment, the regime is bringing you, the noble Persian people, closer to the abyss. The vast majority of Iranians know their regime doesn't care a whit about them. If it did care, if it cared about you, it would stop wasting billions of dollars on futile wars across the Middle East. It would start improving your lives. Imagine if all the vast money the regime wasted on nuclear weapons and foreign wars were invested in your children's education and improving your healthcare and building your nation's infrastructure, water, sewage.
Makes you think about how much we spend and give to Israel to carry out foreign wars, right? Like, imagine, I'm sitting here thinking, North Carolina was just destroyed. And President Biden yesterday said he's calling on the American people to donate money and fund the recovery, to fund his words. I'm calling on the American people to fund the recovery. I'm sorry, you just sent $8 billion to Ukraine. You've got 10,000 forces in the Middle East right now, millions of dollars being funneled into Israel, but you're calling on the American people to fund the recovery of the hurricane-stricken zones. That's rich.
Just weeks ago, the Ayatollah said they would go to talks to renew a nuclear deal if the United States lifted sanctions so that they could invest in prosperity for their own people. We are listening. We're following along. Peace talks have been offered.
But that's not going to happen. So here's what's about to happen. Israel is about to bomb the hell out of Iran. Israel is about to dig its own grave. And then what will Russia do? What will the rest of the world do right now? You have Turkey lining up on the other side of this. You have Russia lining up to protect Iran.
Turkey,
what will the United
a NATO
States do?
country, now breaking away from the NATO fold and saying, we're not going to do what you all are doing. We're actually going to fight against Israel. What the hell?
So here's what's going to happen. You want to play these chess pieces out? Let's play it.
No, I don't.
Let's play this out.
Yeah.
Israel launches a massive attack against Iran, hits their oil infrastructure, goes after their nuclear infrastructure, tries to take out their leaders in different locations where they have the concrete bunkers outside of Tehran. They're going to hit all of those, right? That's what will happen. And then Iran will respond massively and will wipe Israel off the map. It will also strike targets, it could strike American air bases. It could hit American aircraft carriers with overwhelming force. What are we playing at here? I mean, as our friend Douglas McGregor likes to say, make peace, you fools. we are on the brink, and it's October, just in time to show the incompetent leadership sitting in our White House. I'll get us out of here on this point, which is Iranian cars right now are lined up. So this is from Iran just a short time ago. These are Iranian cars. You can see here all lined up, waiting to get gasoline because why would you be lined up right now to get gasoline in Iran? Because if your oil infrastructure is destroyed, you're not going to have access to this very soon. So that's what Iranians are doing right now. Perhaps they know what's about to happen. And then you have this. I think this sums it up here from Fiorella Isabel. The Biden administration tells U.S. military to help Israel shoot down Iranian missiles. Putin tells Israel to get out of Lebanon. That's all you need to know to understand what's happening. It's a nice little summation there of the brinksmanship that we're now playing at.
And so for those of you who are banging your chest saying, well, we need to show them who's boss, or we need to show them, I repeat the advice of the Serbian president, Vučić, who said, it's better to go to 100 years of peace talk than to wage even one day of war. That's where I'm going to leave it right now. That's where I'm digging my heels in right there. What about you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean.
Is that what they want? The U.S. might just get ran out the Middle East shortly, because there's no way Iran gonna allow the U.S. to help Israel attack them and they don't wipe those bases out. You know, playtime is over. They killed an Israeli and then threatened the supreme leader Khomeini. What the hell do they think the response is going to be? They didn't threaten the leader of the Shiite world. I want you to just think of that. Forget all of he's the leader of Iran. Who? Khomeini? Khomeini is the leader of the Shiite world. The leader of Iran is not just no leader of the Iranian nation. That's what they try to make people believe. No. That's a lie. You have the Sunni world, then you have the Shiite world. That man Khomeini is the leader, and they threaten to kill him.
Right, so it's breaking news time as Iran have launched their long-expected attack against Israel tonight, threatened after the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran back in July. It's coming now following ongoing attacks on Lebanon by Israel, of course, which have culminated in a ground invasion beginning this morning, which is what this video was originally going to be about, but has been most notable by strikes on Beirut, which also killed Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah a few days ago. These strikes from Iran have also come following Israeli retaliatory attacks on the civilian port of Hadida in Yemen as well, following further strikes by the Houthis earlier this week. Thus far, at time of writing, it's been estimated that around 200 missiles have been fired into Israel from Iran 300. In what has been called only the first wave, amidst warnings of repercussions if Israel strikes back. If Netanyahu wanted a wider war, it looks like he's pretty much going to get it now, it seems. But how much further will things escalate now? Because the ball is now well and truly in his court. Right, so hundreds of missiles have been fired at Israel from Iran in the last hour or so. A bit more than that by the time this goes out, I'd imagine. Many of them were intercepted, but going by a lot of video footage that has been going around on social media as well, a lot of them might not have been. It was as if Iran were testing the waters when they first attacked Israel back in April, if we cast our minds back to that. It'll be several hours more before we start to get a definitive picture of whether or not Israel successfully repelled much of Iran's strikes this time, or if Iran certainly meant more business. So there are early reports that the latter may well be the case. Certainly this was a much larger strike than we saw back in April. The missiles seen flying in towards Israel from the West Bank having been described as stop, and sirens were going off in so many parts of Israel that the siren tracking app apparently ended up crashing. Biden, as per usual, has sworn that the US will help defend Israel. Like, that is a surprise to anyone, quite frankly. Of course he will. It's what he always does.
The U.S. not going to have to defend Israel. The U.S. going to have to defend themselves if they fuck with Iran. That's what Iran is saying. Forget all that defend Israel. You got to defend yourself in the Middle East.
And it's just as typically the far right of Israel's government are full of some venom as well, with Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich promising Iran will regret what they've done tonight. Well, the warning is there to not retaliate. Because when does this Israeli administration listen to anyone? Iran's permanent mission to the UN has put out a statement following the attack saying, Iran's legal, rational, and legitimate response to the terrorist acts of the Zionist regime, which involved targeting Iranian nationals and interests and infringing upon the national sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran has been duly carried out. Should the Zionist regime dare to respond or commit further acts of malevolence, a subsequent and crushing response will ensue. Regional states and the Zionist supporters are advised to part ways with the regime. There is, of course, that argument, especially given the attack on their own soil, the assassination of Hamas negotiator Ismail Haniyeh in their capital, that Iran has a right to defend itself. That is the excuse always used for Israel, of course, isn't it? And naturally, there is that same reasoning attributable to Lebanon right now as well. And certainly, this is very much in line with what the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, have said in their statement, which is just dropped, covered by Iran's Fars news agency. The IRGC said in a statement it has targeted the heart of the occupied territories in response to the martyrdom of Hezbollah chief Syed Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut, Hamas political bureau Ismail Haniyeh, and Brigadier General Abbas Nilfurushan at the hands of the Israeli regime. The statement added the IRGC has fired tens of ballistic missiles at vital military and security Israeli targets on Tuesday. The IRGC stressed that the attack was in line with Iran's right to legitimate self-defense, as per the United Nations Charter, and in response to the Zionist regime's escalating crimes backed by the United States against the people of Lebanon and Palestine. It warned the Tel Aviv regime that if it intends to react militarily to Iran's operation, which conforms with Tehran's legitimate rights and the international law, it will have to face subsequent crushing and devastating strikes. Now, they are also claiming...
But they're not just warning Israel. They warning the United States because... which one? It wasn't Anthony Blinken. It was the other Zionist. He went on TV and said that the U.S. is already preparing to coordinate with Israel for Israel's right to respond. But the reporters are looking at him like he's crazy. Nobody buying that, but he is a small-headed self. Jake Sullivan, that's who said it. Nobody, the world not buying it. And Iran already said any retaliation from anybody, and it's going to be worse. You thought 300 missiles was something. You're going to get 3,000 missiles sent at you. And whoever with them, they didn't already said that. And I don't believe they bluffing.
I mean, 80% of the rockets they fired hit their targets, but being an Iranian news outlet and them all being to some extent or other under the control of the authorities there, they pretty much would say that. Israel, meanwhile, are saying the complete opposite because, of course, they would say that too. So it will take some time before we know better by some more independent.
We don't have to believe the Iranians or the Israelis. Let's just believe the videos we've seen. See, it's not fair to say what the Iranians. What about the videos? Are the Iranians editing the videos of the missiles hitting all over the place, especially those bases? Hell no. We gotta get the Iranians they goddamn props, they respect, man. I was once saying, damn, Israel killed Nasrallah. That's fucked up. We was mad over here. Israel was beating their chest. Now they done got deflated, and the game is on again. Now it's an even match again. And Iran is back on top. That's serious goddamn business. Now, Iran is showing Israel, without nuclear weapons, boy, you're not finna win nothing. You're not finna win this fight. And if you use nuclear weapons, you end yourself. It's
a more credible source. But what was different this time to when Iran struck on April 13th? Well, back then, the strike in response to the Israeli attack on Iran's embassy in Damascus was to give plenty of warning in advance to the US and other Western powers allied to Israel that the attack was coming. There was plenty of notice. But this time there wasn't. The US got a heads up of about an hour. The last attack was seen by many, myself included, that it was a test of Israel's defenses to see what Western powers did in response and test Israelis' defense systems, see where they were. This was a much bigger attack this time, ostensibly a retaliation again for an Israeli attack, as the premise of it was. But what did they achieve, and was it what they intended? Was it just to push back on Israel and draw some red lines for them to not cross? Newsflash, they're going to. They've already said they will strike back again, even though it was they that struck the first time, carrying out that assassination in Tehran. But no doubt the media will provide cover.
Iran don't expect Israel to stop. They know they psychopaths. Iran don't expect Israel to stop. No. Iran expect Israel to do whatever Israel want to do so they can make their next move.
As they usually do, and already it's being called an Iranian attack rather than a response to an Israeli attack last July, of course. Part of the course by now for those of us that are onto it. But no right to self-defense for anyone but Israel, of course, is the message also being sent. Another key difference between April and this time is the ordnance being fired as well. Back in April, Iran launched drones and cruise missiles, which are, relatively speaking, slower and easier to intercept. Again, this played into that notion that they were testing defense systems then. This time, however, Iran fired ballistic missiles, much faster, much harder to intercept, seemingly more of them. Therefore, it was an escalation. What was also different this time was that some of Iran's targets were actually within Gaza, with reports saying tanks in the Netzarim corridor, the artificial road Israel built across Gaza, having been targeted this time. Again, the IRGC claiming success about that, but again, they would, and it all needs verifying. Israel, naturally, obviously, of course, they're threatening retaliation again. The Israel envoy to the UN, Danny Danon, has spouted off about a severe response should now be expected on Twitter, saying, Iran has now launched an attack against Israel. We are ready and prepared defensively and offensively. We will take all necessary measures to protect the citizens of Israel, as we have previously made clear to the international community. Any enemy that attacks Israel should expect a severe response. You first. They have a right to self-defense, and let's not even go there about proportionality either after what you lot have been doing in Gaza for now nearing 1 year. Israel aren't the only ones handing out threats tonight in response to this attack, though. So is Iraq. Iraq, of course, remains home to a significant number of US military bases from the days of the Iraq War, and the Iraqi Resistance Coordination Committee have said that if Washington decides to support Israel in attacking Iran, they would then target those bases. A statement put out on Telegram by them has said, if the Americans intervene in any hostile action against the Islamic Republic, or if the Zionist enemy uses Iraqi airspace to carry any bombing operations on its territory, then all American bases and interests in Iraq and the region will be our target. Yet more escalation. That's about as much as I've been able to gather tonight. Obviously, there's an awful lot to work out.
They can thank Netanyahu for having to hide in those bunkers for hours. And Iran saying that just was the first round of attacks. This is the first round, man. And warning them if they do anything. If they even look at it, if they even look at it in a mean way, then it's on again.
We know about the Iranian missile attack today on Israel. What did it consist of? What was struck down? What got through? What damage, if any, did it do?
Well, I can't say we know anything other than the Iranians fired a significant number of missiles, the majority of which appeared to strike the ground. Whether or not they struck the ground where they intended to strike is unknowable until the Iranians tell us what their objectives were, their battle damage assessment. I would imagine that if these missiles did strike their intended targets, Israel will not be quick to confirm that, because the last thing you want to do when you're on the receiving end of missiles is confirm the accuracy of the missiles. Iran doesn't have a sophisticated, space-based reconnaissance capability to take immediate battle damage assessment. So even the Iranians will be, guessing to some extent. It appears, however, that a significant number of missiles were targeted at Nevatim Air Base outside of Beersheba. This is one of Israel's most important air bases. It's where the F-35 fighters are based out of, along with Netanyahu's Air Force One and some other, critical air assets. The videotape of this attack shows what appear to be hypersonic missiles, coming in in significant quantity and hitting what they're, hitting something on the ground. Some of them may have been intercepted, but not all of them. This appears to be part of the Iranian strategy of saturation attacks. If you take a look at the quantity of the missiles being fired, it simply overwhelmed Israel's air defense systems. The Iranians also appear to have made use of the more sophisticated missiles, the hypersonic Fatah 2. They fired to take out the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 surface-to-air missile or anti-missile defense shields. I've been looking at some videos that look as though the Iranians were deploying sophisticated warheads that have multiple warheads and decoys and accelerating warheads. So they used a variety of means. Back in April when we talked about this, I said, look, the Iranians led off with old stuff. It was just basically to exhaust the Israelis, exhaust the air defense, and then they finished with a dozen or so of the good stuff, and all of those hit their target. And at the time, I said this was Iran putting a marker on the table, saying the next time you're just going to get the good stuff. Well, this was the next time Israel got the good stuff, and what we saw here is that Israel is defenseless, utterly. You may shoot down 10% of the incoming missiles, but the bottom line is Iran saturated Israel's missile defense shield, and it wasn't just Israel's. Israel had the assistance of the United States Navy, and American THAAD systems. The Jordanians were actively involved, bragging about how they shot down one or two missiles. So you basically had the world's densest, most sophisticated ballistic missile shield being exposed as utterly useless. And this is a signal in and of itself to the Israelis, because they are talking about retaliation. And if Israel retaliates in a significant way, Iran has already reloaded all 180 plus launchers that were involved in the first one. They have others in reserve. Remember, right now, Iran is also holding a loaded pistol against the head of the United States, letting the United States know that they get involved in any offensive action against Israel, Al-Udeid Air Base in Qatar will be destroyed just like Nevatim was. There's no defense against it. Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq will be destroyed just like Nevatim was. There's no defense against it. And Iran may strike, the American naval base in Bahrain, the home of the Fifth Fleet. This was a tremendous display of capability by Iran, one that Israel and the United States would do well to reflect on before undertaking any precipitous moves.
Are the hypersonic missiles the ones that are impossible to stop?
Well, I wouldn't say impossible, because technology being what it is, you always might be able to find a solution. I would imagine that if you fired one hypersonic against a defensive capability that was ready to receive it, you might get lucky. But generally speaking, the hypersonics are coming in at a rate of engagement, a rate of closure that's too fast for any radar system today to configure an intercept solution and have the interceptor actually be able to do it. I think what we saw was there were some occasions of the Israelis playing catch up, meaning that they were trying to catch up to the warhead, but they couldn't. It was going too fast. And it appears that the hypersonics that Iran fired just came through the Israeli air sirens didn't even go off, so they didn't even detect it. That's how fast they were going. That's how quick their closure speed was.
Do the Israelis have hypersonics?
No, again, the Israelis have the Jericho 2 and the Jericho 3 missile. These are nuclear capable, but they can fire a conventional payload. And the Jericho 3 is believed to have something that will have closure speeds similar to a hypersonic missile, but it's a ballistic missile, which means that its speed is generated by a ballistic trajectory. A hypersonic is a missile that comes in on a non-ballistic trajectory and usually under its own power, and hits the ground at significant speeds that aren't generated by a ballistic trajectory.
Is the Israeli Iron Dome, about which they've been boasting for generations, effectively useless?
Well, the Iron Dome wasn't meant to defend against these systems. The Iron Dome was meant to defend against a saturation attack by Katyushka rockets or low technology, short range rockets. It wasn't designed to defend against the saturation attack of ballistic missiles or ballistic missiles. This is what the Arrow 2, the Arrow 3, the Patriot, the THAAD system, these are the systems that are designed to defend against those. The Iron Dome is when Hamas fires off, 70, unguided rockets that go against an area. The Iron Dome is designed to shoot those down, or if Hezbollah fires Katyushka rockets. But the Iron Dome isn't designed to take down ballistic missiles. There's other systems that are supposed to do that, and clearly those systems didn't work.
Does Israel have missiles that can reach Iran?
Oh, 100%. The Jericho 2, the Jericho 3 have the ability to reach Iran. But again, the difference is Israel's missiles aren't designed. They're not designed to do the kind of saturation attack that Iran just carried out. These are missiles that are one shot, one hit, potentially with nuclear capability. But if they're conventional, it's just designed to have one warhead come in. The question is, could the Russian S-400 air defense systems that Russia has supposedly provided Iran and are in position around Iran's critical infrastructure, can they get an intercept solution on a Jericho ballistic missile? And I think the answer might be yes. So even if Israel were to fire Jericho missiles, there's a good chance that because they're flying a conventional ballistic trajectory, that they could be shot down by the S-400.
What is Russia's role, as you understand it, in the defense of Iran, other than providing the defensive mechanisms that you just talked about? For example, would President Putin call up President Netanyahu or Prime Minister Netanyahu and say, back off? Or would the Russians provide offensive weaponry to enhance the Iranian fleet?
Well, I don't think there's anything the Iranians need or want from Russia in terms of offensive weapons capability. They've proven that they have significant strike capacity that successfully hit the most heavily defended space on the planet, which is Israel. Defense is a different matter altogether. I believe Russia has gone out of its way to provide Iran with the defensive capabilities. Again, speculation on my part, but I would imagine, given the timelines associated with training up an S-400 crew to be combat capable, that these missiles might be manned by Russian crews, or at least have Russian advisors on the ground. The same thing with electronic warfare systems in place, etc. Also, it appears that Russia may have delivered some of their more advanced fighters to Iran. And again, here, because the Iranians haven't had a chance to fully train up on these fighters may be flown by Russians. So theoretically speaking, if Israel were to launch a strike using manned aircraft against Iran, there's a chance they'll be going up against air defense systems manned by Russians and fighter interceptors manned by Russians. History shows that this is what Russia has done in the past. They did it in Vietnam, they did it in Korea, and they did it in Egypt during the Yom Kippur War and the War of Attrition. And there's no reason to believe that Russia wouldn't be doing that today.
We have a clip of President Biden in which he refers to Iran as defeated and ineffective. But in fairness to him, listen to the whole clip. It's not that long. It's maybe 30 seconds, and it's only about a half an hour old. Chris, cut number 21.
Say a few words about Iran's missile attack on Israel today. At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel to anticipate and defend against the brazen attack we expected.
Well, first of all, what is your opinion of what President Biden just said, defeated and ineffective?
Well, I mean, his words don't match the video evidence that has been presented so far on Telegram, on X, on TV. Again, until a final battle damage assessment can be made, it's hard to say. One way an attack could be ineffective is if, for instance, Nevatim Air Base had been emptied of all critical assets and literally the Iranians struck empty shelters. Then you could say it was ineffective. But what he's doing right now is classic American doublespeak. The United States does not want this to escalate at all. And the key aspect to escalation is the concept of deterrence modes of deterrence. If Iran has done something that both Israel and the United States publicly say shows the ineffectiveness of Israel's defenses, Israel has lost any notion of deterrence, and stability goes along with that. I think the United States is anxious to keep Israel from over-escalation, meaning they know that Israel is going to retaliate. Iran knows Israel is going to retaliate. What the United States is trying to do is create a set of circumstances that allow Israel the ability to retaliate with a significant strike, but not something that prompts an immediate Iranian retaliation, and withdraw back to its borders, maintaining the fiction of effective missile defense, so that politically Netanyahu has some sort of cover to hide behind. And that's appears to what he's doing. I don't know how long this subterfuge, if indeed it is subterfuge, can last. There is commercially available satellite imagery. There's eventually we're going to get to know what was hit in Israel and how badly it was hit. The Iranians will publish a target list, and the truth will come out. But I think right now Biden is desperately trying to contain a situation that has gone grossly out of control. The U.S. Navy did not stop this attack. It was supposed to, but it did not stop this attack. It did intercept a handful of missiles, but again, the Iranians have had some time now to figure out America's shipborne anti-missile defense protocols, and I would imagine that they did things designed to get the radars to lock on to certain targets, which were decoys, and then confuse the firing solution by mixing up the missiles coming in. And the end result was saturation, and it was the ineffectiveness was on the part of the Americans. Too many missiles hit the ground simultaneously for anybody to believe the notion that the United States and Israel had an effective defense.
Are United States defenses on the ground in Israel, or did they all come from naval ships in the Mediterranean?
No, I believe that the United States has both. We have the ships, which provide the bulk of it in terms of the numbers, but we've also deployed one and maybe two THAAD batteries. THAAD are
has secret military bases in Israel, man. Scott know that, man.
A more advanced intercept capability than the Patriot. We also may have some Patriot batteries on the ground, especially since we put American troops on the ground. We'll be protecting them with American assets. We would never allow American troops to be deployed and only have Israeli assets on them. We provide our own force protection. So, we have ground-based interceptors in Israel as well as the sea-based interceptors.
Is Netanyahu afraid? Is he scared?
It's hard for me to get this. I know he's fearful of his political future. He's somebody who's been saying he wants to have this decisive moment of conflict with Iran for some time now.
Well, it's him.
I don't know what he's being briefed. I would imagine that if he's being briefed honestly, he should be afraid. He should be very afraid, because what the Iranians demonstrated today is that Israel is effectively defenseless in the face of a concerted Iranian attack, and that if the Iranians wanted to, they could time this attack differently. They timed it at night when facilities will be empty, when the Israelis would have had enough time to evacuate, put people in bomb shelters. If the Iranians wanted to pull in Israel, for instance, a Dawah type doctrine, which is Israel's doing against Lebanon right now, collective punishment of the Lebanese population for the sins of Hezbollah. Over 1,000 innocent Lebanese have been killed. I have friends of mine over there who are scared to death because of what's going on, and they are civilians. They have nothing to do with Hezbollah, nothing to do with anything, just living their lives, and yet their lives are at risk because of the irresponsible actions of Israel. If Iran were to replicate the Israeli approach and apply a collective punishment thing, they could easily have killed several thousand Israelis tonight, but they chose not to.
Then they wouldn't have got Putin's blessings. See, Putin not blessing killing a bunch of damn civilians. See, you get Putin blessings when you do it the right way. Now, and civilians down wall, but you can't bombard and kill a bunch of civilians. Putin not going to stand for that. So Russia, Iran already know they got to go. They doing the right thing. I see now. They ready for this.
Chose to strike military targets only, and they did so at a time when Israel would be able to evacuate and put people in. So this was not an attack designed to inflict casualties. This was an attack designed to send a very stark message that the next time you won't be so lucky. And the other thing they did, and this is something that should resonate with the Israelis, if indeed they took out Nevatim Air Base, which it appears that they struck many, many times, every Israeli pilot that takes off to strike Iran, in the back of their head, has to wonder whether or not there will be an air base waiting for them when they come home. Because what Iran did there can be, and that's the most heavily guarded air base there where the most valuable assets are, that can be replicated at every single air base in Israel.
Assets.
And the time of flight, 5 to 15 minutes. It takes the Israeli Air Force far longer. So by the time the Iranians detect the Israeli Air Force being launched against them, they will detect it. The Russians will detect it. They'll get the early warning. They could literally saturate these air bases, and there won't be any airfields left in Israel for these aircraft to return to.
What is Prime Minister Netanyahu doing to Israel? Big picture.
Well, he's killed Israel. I mean, I think strategically Israel's finished. Finished now. What we're looking at right now is noise. The key thing we have to look at is long-term economic viability, because from that comes social stability, political stability, military security. We're in a situation right now where Netanyahu has launched a conflict against Hezbollah. Iran just put a marker on it saying, we're not going to let you destroy Hezbollah. We're not going to let you go in that direction. The purpose of this conflict was to return 6,000 or 60,000 Israelis to their settlers, to their homes.
All that bullying Hamas and bullying Hezbollah, bullying, trying to bully some Iraqi. They got to fight the big dog now, man. They got to fight Iran directly. Why? Iran directly attacked them in an overwhelming force. Israel, they got to think about their life. All that assassinating people. No. They got to put their money where their mouth is. The world wanted to see Iran do it. Iran done did it to them, humiliated them and the U.S. Now Israel, you got to stop wasting people's time talking about Hezbollah. Now you killed Nasrallah, cool. You threatened Khomeini, the leader of the Shiite world. Now you got to deal with the Iranians, bro.
The north of Israel. They'll never be able to return home now. It just isn't going to happen, void of a comprehensive peace settlement, which will cost Netanyahu his job, because it'll be inclusive of a ceasefire agreement with Hamas, which he said will never happen. Netanyahu has basically sacrificed Israel for his own personal political ambition. He desperately wants to, leave office with a legacy of that of a winner, a victor. This is the ultimate sin of a narcissist full of hubris, and that's who Benjamin Netanyahu is. And he's sacrificed the long-term viability of Israel because their economy is in tatters right now. They're never going to get the 60,000 back. The port of El is shut down. That's costing them billions. Haifa's under attack. That's not an effective port. Ashkelon gas facility was struck. That's an energy problem for Israel. Israel is unsustainable economically and unsustainable right now in terms of their social reality. Politically, you have an evenly divided country. I again remind people that prior to October 7th, the Israeli president was speaking of civil war, and those emotions still run high. This is all because of Benjamin Netanyahu. He has destroyed Israel, destroyed Israel's long-term viability, and he's sacrificing everything just so that he can retain a legacy that's already tarnished. He will never recover from this. He will always be a genocidal, murderous maniac, a man who killed Hind Rajab. That's what I will forever remember him as, the man who murdered a 6-year-old girl who was desperately crying for help. And there's no forgiving this.
I was surprised to hear you say, because I haven't heard anybody else report it, that the Jordanians provided defenses for the Israelis and boasted about it. Isn't the king of Jordan on thin ice with its own people? I realize he's a king, he's a monarch, he probably has limitless power within the Hashemite kingdom, but isn't he really going against the grain to have his military do that?
He has no choice. He sold his soul a long time ago to Israel and to the United States. He functions as an extension of the Israeli security apparatus. Jordan is a shield to Israel. and one of the shields they provide is suppression of Palestinian statehood. Jordan, the king of Jordan, is not supportive of a Palestinian homeland. He's fearful of the Palestinian people.
And
he is, of course, walking a thin line, as you said, right now, because the emotions in the region lend itself to support for Palestine. His wife is Palestinian, but at the end of the day, he will do what he is conditioned to do. His Pavlovian response is when threats emerge to Israel, Jordan's job is to eliminate the threats that Jordan is capable of doing. His missiles did shoot down a number, when I say a number, 1, 2, 3 of Iran's missiles. One of the debris from one of those shoot downs landed in a Palestinian village, killing a Palestinian individual. But, again, the king of Jordan is a man who I think is widely reviled amongst the Palestinian people, even his own people, and in the Arab world, is a man who sold out to Israel a long time ago.
Last question, President Erdogan of Turkey, is in your view, the assassination of Nasrallah enough to get him to do something, whether it's militarily or economically? All he has to do is make a phone call and turn off the spigot of oil that goes to Israel. No?
Yeah, he doesn't even have to make a phone call. He just does it. I mean, it's Turkish pipelines. He doesn't have to clear it with Azerbaijan, although he and Azerbaijan they're very good allies, and that's what makes it difficult. Is Azerbaijan? This is an important economic and geopolitical thing. And also remember, Turkey wants to preserve its potential as a regional gas hub, and you can't be a regional gas hub. The key thing to energy security, and this is what people tend to forget, is the moment you start turning on and off pipelines because of geopolitical pressure, you're no longer a reliable source of energy security. To be a supplier of energy, you supply energy come hell or high water. This is what Russia's done. I mean, there's a lot of people before the Ukraine conflict that said that Russia would weaponize its energy. Russia never weaponized. Russia has met every single contract because that's what you have to do to be a reliable supplier of energy. Azerbaijan desires to be a reliable supplier of energy, and Turkey desires to be a regional energy hub, which means you have to be a reliable supplier of energy. So anybody waiting for him to shut down the oil, you got to think strategically and understand that's not something Turkey's going to do. And until Turkey is willing to do that, I think we have to take at face value, any rhetoric that comes from Erdogan about confronting Israel. Turkey has a military capable of confronting Israel. If it chose to do so, it will not do so. This is just posturing by Erdogan.
Scotty, I can't thank you enough. We put this show together the last minute in light of your schedule and mine, and in light of
Why, yo! Why? للمطار دخل مطار للمطار ندخل يا ولد لا مطار لا مطار ندخل لا المطار ده يمنع عن تحرك 200 المطار. يا رب الله يا Yo. Desfila. Lo mami. ده ابوي وصلنا الطلق.
المطار فقط قريب 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 يا ابويا المطار كلنا على المطار يا ابويا المطار يا فقط قريب قريب يا ابو كلنا على المطار اقسم بالله يا ابو مختارهن يا ابويا المطار يا ابويا المطار فقط قريب 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 يا ابويا المطار كلنا على المطار يا ابويا المطار
You can't hide this violence.
يا فقط قريب قريب يا ابو كلنا على المطار اقسم بالله يا ابو مختارهن يا ابويا المطار المطار راح يا ولاد راح المطار راح مطار مفتيم راح يا رب يا ولاد مطار مفتيم راح يا رب يا الله يا رب يا الله يا ولاد ما دير
Damn it, excuse me, y'all. The video has that Yahoo bitch ass on here running.
Hey.
Okay, guys, we got to get off the roof. These are.
Just had that Yahoo running on now. Excuse me, y'all. Salute. Revolutionary salute to our Queen Spiritual Rising for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. All right, hold on. Give me a second. Let's see what these are.
How are you all doing this evening? This is a special live stream tonight because we are going to go deep into Iran's retaliation to Israel. It came almost unexpectedly, it came rapidly, and the effects and the aftermath of what Iran has done are going to be felt for quite some time to come. But with me today is a very special guest, first-time guest, Greg Stoker, who is a former United States Army Ranger. His background is in special operations and human intelligence collection. He was deployed 4 times to combat deployments in Afghanistan. It is now a geopolitical analyst and an activist. You can follow his work on Min Press News at State of Play podcast, the State of Play show. I have that linked in the video description, as well as his wonderful podcast that he co-hosts, Colonial Outcast, also in the video description. Welcome to the show, Greg. How are you?
Well, thanks for having me on.
Of course. Everyone who is here, be sure to hit the like button. That helps boost the stream and the algorithm. Of course, go to the video description to find where you can find Greg's work, as well as all the ways to support this channel from Patreon, Substack, and much, more. I also want to welcome all the moderators who are here today, the Rumble community, and now Rockfin, which I'm going to actually press live now for. But let's not waste any more time. Greg, let us begin with the huge news of October 1st, the October surprise that Iran dealt to Israel. How about you just get started in talking about what exactly happened on October 1st?
Revolutionary salute to our queen, Toolbox Evolution, for the donation to the war chest. He said, I appreciate you, my brother. Proud of you. VP debate was boring. Got to get this fresh, pertinent news. Support the war chest. I appreciate you supporting the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Salute.
First, this October surprise, and why is it important?
Well, in short, it was a mass Iranian missile attack against Israel, and there was a prelude to a few things happening. There seems to be some diplomatic back channel communication leading up to the strike. I kind of suspected that something might be happening when there was an emergency meeting that Putin was called to, and around very early in Eastern Standard Time, the rockets were fired. I first saw it on Bricks News, then immediately went to Telegram channels, both Israeli and resistance channels, and started seeing the footage come through. It was instantly verifiable by what happened. There was a couple players that wanted to say that there was no missile strikes or missile attacks. Like when I went on to Al Jazeera earlier to talk about this a couple hours ago, my segment was cut short because I was saying that there was a systemic failure within the Iron Dome, not necessarily because the AI control system failed, or it looked more like they ran out of ordnance, and they really didn't like that. So the Iran says 80% got through. Seems really high. There's no way to verify that. Israel, they intercepted like 95% of it. That's also way too high based off like the 100 to 200 missile strike package that they sent. So you probably can't play footage on YouTube as we were talking about before this because censorship. But the footage shows, if you see it, that shows Israeli air defenses active and successfully intercepting missiles, just not enough of them fast enough. This is called saturation or flooding the zone. You flood the airspace with so many ordnance points that it is difficult. Then the defenses fail to intercept incoming targets. So that's saturation when they cannot intercept the amount of targets that are coming in. And then there's depletion, which there are no longer means of intercepting incoming targets. That's when you run out of munitions, or the Iron Dome itself, the battery itself, starts encountering malfunctions. So it's either one of the two or a combination of the two things happens. So basically how an Iron Dome system works, a lot of your listeners will probably know it. It's a radar, picks up the incoming ordnance, which sends the data to a control system, which is an AI program that determines which ordnance is going where, which rockets are they going to let pass because they're going to impact in like an empty area, so they don't need to waste an intercept on them. And then it feeds into the Iron Dome battery that shoots it out. So was it saturation or depletion? We don't know. The performative effect is that a lot of at least 30 that I've been able to determine got through. Some impacted in empty areas. We saw one impact near like the side of a road, and then we've seen them hit hard sites inside Tel Aviv proper. There's a gag order on Israeli media. We're not going to have any idea of casualties. We're not going to have any idea of damages, just like how they have a gag order on their casualties in Gaza and northern Lebanon and all their like vehicle losses and stuff like that. So for a while, we're not going to hear anything. But the next phase of this conflict will be determined by Iran's ability to both sustain this type of attack repeatedly, its allies' ability to exploit it, like the axis of resistance, and Israel's hesitation or lack of hesitation to escalate up to and including nuclear weapons, which they officially don't have. So U.S. intervention was always a part of the plan. when and if possible, but there are limits to the U.S. Israeli military power. The question is Iran and its allies more limited? But the strike is incredibly significant, and there's so much we can talk about going forward. So,
yeah, there certainly is. Well, perhaps talk about where Iran, what we do know, where they hit, because one of the most significant pieces of footage was there were some videos of Palestinians cheering this on, and there were also just videos that showed many different angles of the Nevada air base being hit.
The first video we saw were people hiding on the side of a berm, which is like a hill, and we saw rockets not getting intercepted, impacting in the base. And unless you can get a camera on site looking into the base, we're not going to know what they hit. There's rumors that they hit a runway. That can be repaired quickly. Did they hit warehouses? Like, we don't know what hard sides they hit yet. They can't keep that secret forever, but it's just not something we're going to know tonight, because they're in a complete media operational security blackout, because this is embarrassing for them. And it's also incredibly demoralizing, because the Iron Dome is like the magic system, the magic cloak that defends Israel and gives everybody peace of mind. And if it can be penetrated, even if there weren't a lot of casualties, even if there weren't a lot of damage, this is more significant than the April attack, where they shot more ordnance, more got intercepted, and tonight they shot less ordnance and way more got through. So are they using different munitions? Do they have capabilities that Israel doesn't know about? There's a lot of unanswered questions, and that's highly uncomfortable. So hence media blackout.
Yeah, and I want to show, you mentioned embarrassment for Israel, and I wanted to show, wow, actually, the post on X of Netanyahu going to his bunker was taken down. But I'll show you another example of this, because I think it's important to show that this was very unexpected. I don't believe that Israel really knew that this was going to happen. And here is the footage of Netanyahu literally running to his bunker.
Yeah.
It's kind of undignified for a world leader, to be honest.
Running away. Iran got him running to his bunker.
Yeah.
They caught him napping.
So there he is, literally running to the bunker, because, and maybe you can speak to, Greg, the pace of this, because before this occurred, we had word of Lebanon was being invaded to the south. Israel was preparing a ground invasion, and less than 24 hours after that announcement, Iran was preparing a strike, and U.S. officials, I believe, were the first to break this to the media. So perhaps you could comment on the pace of this, how quickly this occurred, and how before this, not only was there invasion of Lebanon happening, but there was a lot of criticism of Iran and their lack of response thus far.
Well, first of all, you have to understand that both Iran and Israel have set a precedent throughout this conflict, this ongoing genocide in Palestine, that they don't actually want to get into a shooting war. So before we talk about Iran's stance in the recent days that's generated a lot of criticism, we have to look at the first time there was talk of actual open hostility, armed hostility between the United States and Iran. And that's when one of the militias in Iraq shot a drone into an airbase on the Jordanian-Syrian border, killed 3 American troops, and wounded more. I'm not sure how much was in the how many were wounded in the mass casualty, but it was significant. It was mostly TB, traumatic brain injuries and stuff. But what happened? A bunch of fiery statements were put out by the Biden administration, by right-wing politicians. Like, you can't kill U.S. troops and not expect to get, slapped around a bit, or whatever they were saying. And guess what they did? They telegraphed what they were going to do for 5 days. I don't remember the exact amount of days. It's just been one catastrophe after another. So it was either like 5 days to a week, where the United States and CENTCOM was like posting on Twitter, U.S. Central Command, hey, we're going to strike you, Iran. Hey, Iran, we're going to hit you. Get all your assets out of the region. Oh, wait, there's a weather pattern over Iraq. We have to hold for weather because our weapons are more precise. It's not completely inaccurate, but you also don't need to hold for weather. And so what do? They sent out an 80 to 85 target strike package, hit mostly empty warehouses. There were a few casualties, as I recall, and then it was done. De-escalation achieved. Bread and circuses for the people who wanted war. It's like, yeah, we hit them back. And then the political forces were satisfied. Now, next point was Israel in April, wasn't it, that they hit the consulate in Damascus, and Iran had to respond. That was an attack on Iranian sovereignty, and United States says we'll run intercepts. We'll feed targeting data from like the Gulf states in order to help with intercepts. UK and American fighters will fly out of Cyprus, which is essentially like a NATO aircraft carrier in the Eastern Mediterranean, and they opened up Jordanian airspace. We had like 3 nuclear powers running intercepts and taking down missiles for Israel, and they still got through, hit, I believe it was a military base in the Negev, and boom, escalation achieved, just showing that Iran could penetrate the Iron Dome and hit military targets. Done. Everything chilled out for a bit. And now we have this. This is kind of a different flashpoint. The United States, again, doesn't want to escalate with Iran, because if Iran can penetrate Israel's air defense network, that means every one of our bases in the Middle East and our oil interests in the Middle East are completely vulnerable to concentrated fire. Like some of our bases have like 1 Patriot battery. Cool. That's like a handful of intercepts, and then it takes like 20 minutes to reload. Because you have to involve a crane, you have to go and run and get the ammo, put it back in. 20 minutes of having no air defense. So that's incredibly dangerous. Also, our oil interests. If we get into a shooting war with Iran, there goes the Strait of Hormuz. That means gas prices are going to go up a couple months before an election. And people who don't pay attention to geopolitics aren't going to know why. They're just going to be like Biden, and therefore Harris is the reason I can't get to work today. So there's just huge ramifications for this entire escalation. And the U.S. doesn't want to. And Iran doesn't want to, because Iran is on an upswing economically. They've been hurting for a long time. And they also want a better nuclear deal. They want a better relationship with the United States. They actually do. They want some of the sanctions to be relieved. And so they don't want a war. The problem is this far-right government in Israel, who definitely was, and their prime minister has as a lifelong political goal, tried to get the United States first on to Saddam Hussein, and then to get the United States to bomb and fight Iran on behalf of Israel. And Netanyahu is really dangerous right now, because after the James Bond villain-esque terror attack with the pagers, with the targeted assassination of a lot of high-level Hezbollah commanders, and the killing of Nasrallah, he is literally riding a wave of public euphoria. People were really upset with him even a week ago. But now he's being praised across the board, and he's secured his administration for a considerable time, most likely, unless he bungles something horribly, for a while. So he has the consent of the people to potentially escalate this in a way that they didn't expect. There's one more point I wanted to make is, can the Israeli military actually start an open shooting war with Iran? They're fighting in Gaza. They have a multi-brigade action happening in West Bank, Operation Summer Camps, which is basically just a bulldozer effort with dismounted infantry troops running checkpoints. Still, it requires a lot of military infrastructure and a lot of personnel. And now they have this multi-brigade massing of forces on the southern border to invade, their longtime enemy of Hezbollah. Do they have the architecture, the command and control architecture and resources to begin another front against Iran? So there's a lot of forces at work. I'm betting on they're going to do something. Of course, they have to. I don't think it's going to be a World War III thing, though.
Yeah. Yeah. And I wanted to I think you're stating quite clearly how challenging it can be militarily to be a colonial entity.
Yeah.
And I want to show the audience, hopefully this works, because the audio wasn't working when I played Netanyahu running to his bunker. But I want to show Biden's response, because it's getting to what you are saying, Greg, about not wanting escalation. That and what's so interesting is that the United States keeps furnishing, keeps providing Israel all that it needs in every level, but military and otherwise, to continue to escalate at all levels of its war, its genocidal campaign. But here is what Biden had to say, which to me indicates that indeed Biden does not want to see this go any further.
A few words about Iran's missile attack on Israel today. At my direction, the United States military actively supported the defense of Israel, and we're still assessing the impact. But based on what we know now, the attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And this is testament to Israeli military capability and U.S. military. It's also a testament to intensive planning between the United States and Israel.
So I wanted to just play the part where he says it has been defeated, Iran's missile barrage, and it was ineffective. Greg, talk about what he could really be saying there. Because in my estimation, what that says is the United States doesn't want to see this go any further and knows quite well that Israel will take it further because of all the things you just mentioned.
Yeah. So their entire strategy since opening up the northern front has been de-escalation through escalation. And I suppose that things will eventually de-escalate when the entire human race is an ash heap. Things will cease to escalate. Then it's a lunatic strategy, patently. But what Biden is saying is kind of what I wish Israeli officials would say, and their information operations and their propagandists would say, because that's the best case scenario for them. Instead of doing a military response, just to push this narrative that this attack was a massive failure. Look how backwards the Iranians are with their paper tiger military, and we don't even need to respond because their entire rocket salvo attack was so miserable and so pathetic that we shouldn't even grace it with a response. Like, that is the best case scenario for how they should de-escalate it. That's not what I'm hearing from the war hawks, from like ex-IDF officials that are now pundits on CNN and MSNBC and Fox are saying, though. They're actively on the legacy media right now saying something completely different. Like, they attacked us. Instead of saying, no, this was not an effective attack, they're like, they attacked us, and now they are going to pay the price. Well, they're actively manufacturing consent within the legacy media, which is what the legacy media has always done. That's how the Iraq war happened. So, yeah, I mean, Biden's saying that because he wants to de-escalate, but I'm not seeing that from the Israeli side. And Biden's administration has been completely ineffective across the board at controlling them. They have blown through every one of his red lines. And he said, and I'm not sure if you have the video pulled up, I have it somewhere, but he said yesterday, it's like, do you know about it was in the press gaggle around the White House. He was asked, do you know about Israel's plan to invade Lebanon? And are you comfortable with it? He's like, I know more than you think. And I'm paraphrasing, I'm not getting the quote right. I know more than you think, and I want a ceasefire. It's like, okay, cool. It's just one of a million examples of his unwillingness to check Israeli belligerency. So I think he's actually like a credible statesman. He's saying things that he should. The attack was a failure. I don't believe that. I don't think you do. I don't think anyone in the audience really thinks that at all. But it is a de-escalation tactic. It is a narrative that he's putting out there that will be repeated by the press and will hopefully calm things down. But then, which is good. But then again, it doesn't matter what Biden says. It matters what Israel does, because he'll back it no matter what. No matter what they do, he's going to send them arms and munitions and money. So he can say that all he wants.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe before we get into the broader implications of this strike, just a final comment on, even if everything Iran is saying, and I'll just run down what Iran has said. They've said between 80%, I've seen reports 80% to 90% of the missiles that were launched on Israel hit their targets. Now, different media reports are saying different things, but if we look at, let's say, Al Mayadeen, they say it was about 180 plus. Some are saying as much as 400. Iran also has said that, Iranian media has said that 20 Israeli F-15, F-35, sorry, fighters were destroyed as a result of the attacks. They also say that Nevada base, we mentioned earlier, completely destroyed. They are not saying, the Iranian media is not saying that it's damaged. They're saying it was destroyed. So even if just some of this is true, Greg, it is quite an embarrassment, no, given the timing of this and given this momentum that you mentioned earlier, that Netanyahu believed he was floating on a cloud of arrogance. Seems that has been popped a bit. Maybe not to the Israeli population, which is probably feeling quite attacked right now, given the public opinion there. But around the world, and of course, in Gaza and Palestine and the region, it's quite a blow. It's quite an embarrassment. No.
I mean, it is an embarrassment. And I would add the caveat that I would argue that this is incredibly demoralizing for a large portion of the Israeli population. As I mentioned earlier, that's like their one sense of security, really. You mentioned it's hard being a military in a colonial entity.
gone.
Yeah, it's hard being a colonist. Like, if we look at history, this is when things start to deteriorate. When the transplants and the colonizers start feeling unsafe, that's when they start leaving. The first thing I did 10 minutes after learning about the rocket attack was checking if there were any empty seats on flights from Ben Gurion to New York City. Nope. So it's definitely had an impact, and it's taken some of the wind, the morale wind, out of the sails.
They flee in the stolen land
from the pager attacks and what's going on in Hezbollah. This is going to be really disheartening to some of the ground troops too, who are now worried about what's happening at home in their backfield. If like the Lebanon invasion gets really stuck in and it really kicks off, like how many more rocket attacks are going to be raining down on, from their perspective, civilian targets as well. So I do think this has more psychological ramifications socio-culturally than will ever be addressed in the media. I mean, we saw videos of like people shrieking uncontrollably, like videos and Telegram channels of like people literally urinating on themselves. The heightened level of fear that this attack generated is something they've never experienced and they're not used to. And it's like, yes, it's normal, having Iron Dome interceptions happening above you. It's completely different from having them impact. And I don't know. When I was in Afghanistan, we took rocket attacks like every day. It takes a while to get normalized to that, and they're just not going to get normalized to that. A lot of them are going to leave.
Yeah, and that in many respects has been happening already in what is known as Israel proper. Many people have been leaving because of this long drawn out genocidal conflict, which has led to successful, I mean, this is part and parcel, as you say, Greg, to a general escalation. And I often tell people this isn't 1967 anymore, right? The axis of resistance are not unarmed, so to speak. You could say in 1967 they were essentially unarmed, and the armies that did participate were just not going to match up to Israel. Now, the way of war is much different, and there are capabilities in the hands of the axis of resistance. Iran showing just one example of what they have, and not even, this was a major escalation indeed. But they're not showing everything that they have. These are continuous salvos of warnings that are supposed to send a message that, yeah, Israel, you are not safe. This is not going to be just some kind of walk in the park. And I think that message was effectively sent, so much to the point where You said it, Greg. I think we're going to see blackouts on this for quite a long time. I believe it's going to be very hard to find accurate information coming out of the Israeli, U.S., and of course affiliated side.
And you know, that's one of the main reasons that they're so myopically obsessed with destroying Iran, because Iran is the only country in the region within striking distance that can check the Israeli impunity that having nukes has. Because yeah, they've got some nukes, but it's still the principle of target devastation and mutually assured destruction. If they let off their entire arsenal, which has stuff we don't even know about, that would devastate Israel too. So that's one of the reasons for their obsession with Iran. They're the only country in the region that would be willing, because Turkey's not going to, for a lot of other complicated reasons, that will check their impunity in West Asia.
Well, let's move on, Greg, to the broader implications of this that we've just touched on now, because, you know, Israel is talking. I mean, Israel, after this attack by Iran, after this retaliation, is saying that there's a war declared on them, that there's going to be a massive response on their part. There's also the fact that they had just declared a ground invasion. They're calling limited, but it's hard to know on the Israeli side, whenever they use the word limited or anything to that effect, whether anyone could trust such a thing, given that they've already been committing massacres in Lebanon over the past 2 weeks to a month. But I wanted to ask you about the broader implications of this, the overall picture that we are seeing. I think on the one hand, of course, there has been so much devastation wrought by what Israel has done for the Palestinian people, Lebanese people, and of course, the region at large. But we're also seeing this escalation move into a place that seems to be perhaps more than Israel biting off more than it can chew in many ways. I'm just thinking about an invasion of Lebanon. The more that goes, the more that they are going to run into Hezbollah fighters face to face, hand to hand, and their arsenal and their tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that because they haven't achieved any of their strategic or operational goals in Gaza, that they bit off more than they could chew at Hamas. But that's just kind of a funny talking point. When it comes to the invasion of Lebanon and them calling it a limited ground invasion, well, I remember the last time they called it a limited ground invasion and it ended up in a 20-year occupation. So, like, or not, yeah, just it ended up in a permanent occupation. And so I think never trust what the IDF says. Their stated goals are giving really Iraq war vibes, where they're kind of nebulous. They don't know how long they're going to be there or what they're going to do. So I don't know. As someone who fought in an illegal war, kind of reminds me of the same thing. That's definitely not going to work. Now, speaking about the invasion itself, they're having to move troops out of Gaza, which, you know, Hamas is still active in. They're able to attrit Israeli forces and armor on a regular basis to the northern front. What are their goals? Well, they want to establish a buffer zone in order to roll Hezbollah back, presumably to the Litani River, because they always talk about the Litani River. They think that will be enough standoff distance where Hezbollah will not be able to target northern Israel, because I assume that they will redeploy air defense systems inside the buffer zone that can intercept them before they get to the to northern Israel. So they want to, you know, have a buffer zone. Okay. Well, that means you have to control all that ground inside the buffer zone. So that means you're going to have to clear through all the southern Lebanon up through the Litani River, clear the tunnel system so you don't have Hezbollah anti-tank teams popping up in your backfield, taking out a tank and disappearing. Like you couldn't secure the ground in Gaza, but now you think you're going to do that in Hezbollah, who's historically outmatched you. Like it kind of doesn't make sense, because if you read reports, and I often reference this white paper that the Pentagon put out and some of the subsidiary literature from it. You can look it up if you guys want. It's called if you Google it, it's called "We Were Caught Unprepared: The 2006 Lebanon Israel Hezbollah War." It was written by the Combined Arms Institute of Combat Studies out in Fort Leavenworth, which is like one of the premier U.S. military war colleges. And yeah, it's the opinion of the U.S. military that Israel was strategically defeated, and the entire paper goes through why. And it just seems like it doesn't seem like it's true that the Israeli military hasn't updated their tactics, techniques, and procedures since the 2006 Lebanon war, whereas Hezbollah has completely changed as an organization and military structure and in terms of their armaments and arsenal. So what did Israel do back in 2006? Well, the same thing they're doing now. And bombing campaigns, intense information operations to portray a vision of victory for the IDF and a vision of ignominious defeat for Hezbollah, and mechanized maneuvers, which we're not seeing that now. A failure to achieve combined arms, where you have infantry working to protect the tanks, which are the big heavy gun platforms with artillery in the back. They do the same thing now that they did in 2006, which is just stay buttoned up in their tanks because they're scared, because they're not actual professional soldiers. Most of them are like getting called back into service from working, cush jobs in Tel Aviv doing IT. And now they're part of a tank crew and they don't want to get out because they don't want to get sniped. And so what's Hezbollah going to do? The same thing Hamas is going to do. They're going to pop out of a tunnel, hit it with an anti-tank round or an explosively formed penetrator slapped on the crew entrance, and they're going to get mixed up. And if they couldn't defeat Hamas, who has only dual-phased RPGs that really can't effectively cause engine kills or crew kills, but they're still disabling massive amounts of armored vehicles, what's going to happen when they go up against the Cadillac stuff? It's a stupid operation from the beginning. They don't have the capacity to do it. Like if they dismantled Hamas and didn't get so heavily attrited in Gaza, which I mean, they won't be able to do it. But if they did that, I'd be like, okay, maybe there's something here. But no, Hezbollah is way scarier because they're not having to train and operate in an open air prison camp, and they have open supply lines, which Hamas doesn't. Israel can like blockade the Syria-Lebanon border all they want, but they're not going to get every tunnel, just like they haven't got every tunnel in the Philadelphia corridor in between, Egypt and Gaza. It's a fundamentally stupid operation. It's strategically risky as all. And yeah, I don't see. I haven't talked to a military analyst, even one who's like a Zionist, like actual Zionist, who's like, this is a good idea. So that's where we're at with that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this even in the mainstream media. There was a lot of bluster about Saeed Hassan Nasrallah being killed.
Mm-hmm.
And there were you could find op-ed pieces of these arch neocons drooling over, oh, well, look at all these leaders that have been killed, Hezbollah, IRGC, Hamas. Wow, things are really turning around. But then you'll find a lot of other publications saying, oh, no, Israel is really spiraling into an unwinnable situation, one that could certainly plunge everything into chaos. And I've been to Vietnam and I've been to the Cu Chi tunnels. In Vietnam, the Vietnamese did not have the same capabilities as Hezbollah has in its arsenal right now. So the amount of damage that even the Vietnamese could do with these tunnel networks and with, of course, knowing the terrain and all the things that have to do with guerrilla warfare, they seem to be magnified for Hezbollah, which has, as you said, supply lines and an arsenal and capability that already scares Israel and the United States. So to go through with moving up the escalation ladder from aerial campaign to minimal ground invasion to what seems to be on their way to a full ground invasion seems to be suicide. I just don't know why. So, or at least I have an idea why, expansionism, of course, but it seems like the why is perhaps not the right time. And I'm curious on your thoughts.
Well, I can give a couple of. I don't think it's just expansionism. A lot of them actually think they can win this. You brought up Vietnam. If you study the history of the Vietnam War from the U.S. military's perspective, they would achieve a massive victory against Vietnam leadership. They'd kill a lot of the Viet Cong, and they would use these occasional victories, which were less effective than they thought, to manufacture consent to keep sending troops and to keep staying there because it's like, oh, we just did this. We're closer to victory now than ever, when they never really were. There's a lot of historical examples of this. I remember in Afghanistan when we were engaging the Haqqani, which was they're now part of the Taliban, but they were basically like an ISI Pakistani ISI proxy. They're like Zadran Pashtuns. We rolled up their entire network, and a couple of my one of my sister ranger platoons captured Haji Mali Khan, which was Jalaluddin Haqqani's uncle, one of the big fish of the entire thing. It's like, all right, we're really close to shutting this thing down. And flash forward 20 years later, I'm no, sorry, 10 years later, where are we? So I understand the thought process, because when I was still in the military, I thought about it this way, and it's completely wrong. And I understand that it's delusional, but it happens all the time.
Yeah, I think the Afghanistan example, you have so much knowledge of it firsthand, but I know that your knowledge expands way beyond that. But even just from the outside, the Afghanistan example, it seemed like the United States' occupation, right? This imperial hubris, they thought, we have this down, this is just ours. The Taliban, they're doing their thing, but they're not anywhere close to challenging the ability of the U.S. to comfortably sit there and continue both military and, of course, all the other arrangements that have to do with occupation. But then in 2021, the Taliban made very quick work. Of course, it took many, many, many years for this, but it was in the perspective of many Americans, many people in the United States watching. It seemed like in just a day that the United States was being run out of there. I mean, is this the kind of fate you see perhaps Israel facing if it does go through with its possible full-scale invasion of Lebanon, if its words about limited truly cannot be believed?
So here's the main trap. I'm going to answer this in a roundabout way. Here's the main trap of military occupations, right? Fourth generation warfare, asymmetrical, state versus non-state actor. The state actor has tanks, infantry divisions, air force, a whole fleet of Reaper and Predator drones, this entire high-speed, sophisticated spyware, intelligence agencies, and a lot of resistance movements or insurgencies just have a guy with an AK-47, a network of street contacts, and you're never those forces. Hamas is never going to defeat someone like the IDF, even though I think most of their baseline troops are wildly incompetent and undertrained beyond the scope of this. They can never defeat them militarily, but they can defeat them politically, because as an occupational force, you have a window of legitimacy where the international community will tolerate you doing that. And it's economically burdensome. We can talk about why, but we'd have to get into capitalism. It destroys the economy, but a few people make a lot of money off it. Again, beyond the scope of it, Hezbollah is very unlikely, or it's more likely that they can defeat in the field in more noticeable ways than Hamas can the IDF. But however, they don't have to, because if the IDF sweeps over and rolls up all the area into the Litani River, there's going to be an insurgency in that area. And the IDF can't win that. All Hezbollah has to do is just not lose and continue to attrit Israeli forces for however long it takes until the IDF eventually loses. I mean, the Taliban, there's no way they could defeat the U.S. military in conventional terms. You just can't. It's an insane idea. However, we pulled out of there, and who's in control now? That's the story of every decolonial resistance movement. It becomes economically unsustainable, which the Afghan war did. The actual colonizers actually get so uncomfortable that they want to leave and go back to where they have other options to live, which is what we've been seeing in Israel since December, was when the numbers got really crazy about how many people were permanently leaving. And they just have to not lose. Hamas just has to not lose. And eventually things will change. The balance of power will shift. They'll run out of political currency. And so, yeah, they could probably kill a lot of Hezbollah guys, of course, a lot, probably more than, the IDF would get killed, because Hezbollah doesn't have, an entire fleet of Reaper and Predator drones and all this insane satellite spyware.
Right.
But again, that's just a principle of decolonial resistance movements. The insurgents are always going to take more casualties. The Vietnam took way more casualties.
Way more.
That's just how it works. But it's almost impossible for the occupational force, with all their military might, to win. That's just one thing I always want to talk about when it comes to this type of like fourth gen asymmetrical warfare, especially in the context of an occupation. So yes, they have no definable military or achievable goals. That makes their position even worse. It's just insane from the beginning. But again, I understand the delusion behind it. I didn't have the same problematic ideology as an Israeli soldier, but I still thought like, hell yeah, we're making real gains here in Afghanistan. Well, it's like we did sometimes, but it all came crashing down in the end, just like all these historical examples. So, I mean, in broad pictures, I don't know how the ground campaign is going to go. I think Israel is going to take a lot of casualties, and they have a very low tolerance for taking killed in action.
Yes, very low. So low we don't hear about it. So low we never hear about it.
There's a gag order. I just there's no way this can be good. So maybe it's limited. Maybe they only go into a few towns, but what will that accomplish? It's a fundamentally flawed idea from the start, and it can't possibly end well.
No, it definitely seems like time is not on Israel's side right now, because it isn't. Even I always highlight this article that was written in, I believe it was August of 2024, talking about the long war that Israel has placed itself in by essentially opening up so many different fronts through its failures too. Initially, I mean, we always have to go back to this. I am glad you do, because there is so much of a propaganda smokescreen right now about this. We are told right now, I've been seeing it in the Western mainstream media, that Hamas is essentially done. Like they're essentially, which is not true, because you can find reports that say the exact opposite. And if Hamas was done, there would be absolutely no reason for Israel to continue the fighting that it is doing right now. Right now, it seems like time is not on Israel's side, that it has opened up all these major fronts, Hezbollah being now the biggest one, at least in terms of its recent escalations. And as you said, it doesn't seem like it's going to end well. It's just a matter of when will the consequences begin to bear fruit onto Israel. And one of the unique parts about this, Greg, and I want your comment on this, is that there have been so many colonial entities, so many colonial powers that have fallen over the course of several generations since the end of World War II. But Israel has this major backing from the United States, which essentially protects it. Do you see that protection continuing to be effective moving forward? Because even when I heard you were commenting on U.S. troop deployments and saying it's not that big of a deal, and while I was hearing, it's not World War III, I'm also hearing that, well, what is the United States going to do? Look at what happened with Iran. They couldn't actually shoot down all of the missiles that Iran launched. And how is the United States going to help if in a ground invasion against Hezbollah? How? The United States has no appetite for U.S. troops to go marching into Lebanon and slaughtering people. I mean, I don't see there being much appetite. What do you think?
Well, first of all, there are a few thousand Marines attached to these carrier strike groups that were made to do an amphib deployment, and Lebanon has a coastline. I don't see it happening. There's a couple of facets to this. After the unfortunately named global war on terror, the U.S. doesn't really seem to have an appetite for direct confrontation. We prefer to use proxies. Look at the war in Ukraine. Look at some of the things. Look at some of the anti-Houthi forces that we're funding in Yemen, to include ex-Al Qaeda leaders and stuff. Like, we're not really doing a lot of direct engagements. We don't have the public consent for a war, another direct conflict. And here's another thing: like, the U.S. military, because it doesn't have the benefits that the military has, no longer really means as much in today's economy and culture. Also, there's a massive recruiting crisis because people are disillusioned seeing like people like millennials and like Gen Xers from our generation who deployed for what, and these horrendous suicide rates and massive mental health issues. Like, why do I want to sign up to go for a war? Like, and kids these days know Vietnam was wrong. Shouldn't have done it. They have a sense that some stuff in the 80s in South America was wrong. Shouldn't have done that. Desert Storm, shouldn't have done that. Iraq, Afghanistan, shouldn't have done that. So I guess like the next direct conflict war we get involved in would be for the right reasons. Like, give me a break. So there's massive recruiting crisis, and there's a massive retention rate. Every branch is going to miss its figures by thousands, maybe with the exception of the Marine Corps for now. And that's incredibly degrading to capabilities. And it's not just recruitment, it's retention. Retention is where you sign a contract to re-enlist, and retention rates, they aren't really reporting on this because they're bad, are not great. A lot of people are not signing up to get back into the military, which means you're losing all these trained, experienced people with like 10 years of professional experience. So any direct conflict, and this is like one of the main concerns of the U.S. military right now, this retention rate. How do you maintain readiness? Well, you don't. That what part of the debacle was about the aid pier is because there was some sort of mismanagement going on. A ship had to turn around in the strike fleet because it was not up to standards. Like, there is serious degradation happening in the U.S. military. We're not prepared to fight a war. We're also not prepared to fight a war without public consent. And sure, a lot of people might want to still back Israel, but there's a distance between backing Israel and giving them money and then watching 2,000 Americans die on screen every night, because we do publish non-special operations soldiers who are killed overseas on news. So we don't have the same consent that we had during Iraq or Afghanistan in the post 9/11 years, because Israeli Hezbollah has really tried to connect October 7th to make it our 9/11, to manufacture that consent. But it doesn't matter how they try it. That doesn't have the same visceral experience. That's not going to get Americans to go want to do that. Like, some will, 100%. If those Marines get tasked to deploy to Lebanon, they're going to follow orders and do it. But will the Joint Chiefs, the command echelon, given all these problems with the United States military and their geostrategic shift to like Taiwan and the China Sea in order to isolate China, that's like the next flashpoint they're looking towards. Do they want to get bogged down in what they disparagingly call the sandbox again and another forever war? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So when I see like, what are they going to do to support Israel? Well, they've just sent a few thousand more troops, and they're keeping an extra fighter wing with like F-15s, F-16s, F-22s, F-35 fighter bombers in the region, in the Gulf, to potentially run intercepts for Iranian rockets, or maybe hit Iranian proxies, or what they refer to as Iranian proxies, in Syria, Iraq, Yemen. I don't know if they'll attack Iran directly. It's insane escalation. But that's all I see the U.S. doing in this conflict right now. So when they say World War III, it's like, yeah, we got a few more rungs to climb up first. There's no combat divisions, active duty combat divisions getting deployment orders. Those take a long time to mobilize. I'm not too worried about it yet.
Greg, I was wondering if you had about 20 more minutes. I know you said an hour, but how do you feel?
A few minutes ago, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation officially announced that the operational pause in the Kursk direction of the front was over. According to the Russian military department, the fighters of the group of troops under the designation Sever interrupted the operational pause and resumed offensive operations in the Glushkovsky, Koronevsky, and Sudzansky districts of the Kursk region. Moreover, the renewed Russian offensive actions have already given their results. According to war correspondents, over the past 24 hours, Russian troops have made serious progress in the Koronevsky district of the Kursk region. In particular, war correspondents confirmed the liberation of the settlement of Algovka by the Russian army. Moreover, they also confirmed the Russian advance in the Sudzansky district of the Kursk region. In particular, the war correspondents noted the significant advance of Russian troops in the Plakovo area, in the direction of the settlement of Gaevo. In this regard, Ukrainian military experts began to express concern due to the possible cutting off of the Ukrainian army units from the border, and the complete deprivation of supplies in the Sudzansky district of the Kursk region. The commander of one of the units of the Ukrainian army, Colonel Kirill Sazonov, also added oil to the fire. In particular, he directly stated the difficult situation of the Ukrainian army in the Kursk region. According to him, the Ukrainian army units suffer from poor knowledge of the terrain, and a chronic manpower shortage. At the same time, he notes that the Russian army is constantly increasing its forces and assets in the Kursk direction of the front. In this regard, the Ukrainian officer expressed confidence that Russian troops could dislodge the Ukrainian army units from the Kursk region in October or November of this year. However, the bad news for the Ukrainian General Staff and its NATO military advisors did not end there. On September 29, at 9 a.m. Moscow time, Russian and Ukrainian war correspondents announced the complete transfer of the settlement of Obukovka, in the Glushkovsky district, under the control of the Russian army. The well-known military journalist and expert Yuri Podolyaka also stated that the Russian army had interrupted the operational pause in the Kursk region and launched a new stage of offensive operations in this direction of the front. In his summary, he particularly emphasized the situation in the Glushkovsky district of the Kursk region. According to him, as of October 1, 2024, Russian troops completely knocked out the Ukrainian army units from such settlements as Krasnooktyabrskoye and Obukovka, south of the village of Veseloy. Thus, Yuri Podolyaka confirmed that in the Glushkovsky district of the Kursk region, only one settlement remains under the control of the Ukrainian army, Novyi Put. At the same time, he noted that due to the constant work of Russian combat aviation and unmanned aerial vehicles, Ukrainian soldiers in the village of Novyi Put were left without supplies. Against this backdrop, Yuri Podolyaka expressed confidence that the Ukrainian army would surrender this settlement without a fight in the coming days. Surprisingly, pro-Ukrainian American military experts from the Institute for the Study of War were also forced to admit the failures of the Ukrainian army in the Glushkovsky district of the Kursk region. According to them, the Ukrainian army has been continuing offensive operations in the Glushkovsky district for more than 2 weeks. And at the same time, Ukraine has not yet achieved any confirmed successes. At the same time, American military experts, as always, decided not to talk about the huge losses of the Ukrainian army in manpower and equipment, so as not to shock the Western audience. By the way, on September 30, 2024, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation officially announced that since August 6, the Ukrainian army lost 18,900 soldiers and 2,000 units of heavy equipment. Against this backdrop, the well-known Ukrainian military expert Konstantin Mashevets admitted that the offensive operation of Russian troops is only gaining momentum in the Kursk region. According to him, the Russian High Military Command had currently concentrated 41,000 troops in this direction of the front. At the same time, he noted that after the liberation of the Kursk region, all this powerful force would be directed at capturing not Sumy, but the Kharkiv region. The Ukrainian expert expressed confidence that after the liberation of the Kursk region and the capture of Donbass, Russian troops will launch a full-scale operation to capture the Kharkiv region. According to him, the offensive operation on the Sumy region would take place only after the capture of the entire Kharkiv region, including one of the largest cities in Europe, Kharkiv. Meanwhile, the commander of Spetsnaz Akhmet General Avdiy Aladanov officially announced the destruction of another large group of foreign mercenaries in the Kursk region. According to him, the destroyed militants turned out to be Israeli mercenaries, who fought in the ranks of the armed forces of Ukraine. It is reported that 50 Israeli mercenaries were part of the 84th Mechanized Brigade of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. They were ambushed and destroyed by Russian Spetsnaz in the Sudzansky district of the Kursk region, near the settlement of Plekovo. General Avdiy Aladanov also confirmed the destruction of the Israeli-made air defense radar station Lada in the Kursk region. It is reported that the Russian side is well aware that the Ukrainian High Military Command uses not only Israeli mercenaries on the territory of the Kursk region, but also Israeli weapons systems. Against this backdrop, it becomes clear why in late September this year, the Reuters news agency, citing its own sources in British intelligence, said that Russia was preparing to transfer our 800 Onyx supersonic anti-ship missiles to Yemen's Houthis.
And Hezbollah.
According to military experts and analysts, if Yemen's Houthis receive these Russian supersonic anti-ship missiles, the situation in the Middle East will change dramatically. The fact is that these Russian missiles will allow Yemen's Houthis not only to effectively destroy British and American warships in the Red Sea, but also to deliver a crushing blow to all ships associated with Israel. Moreover, Western experts recognize that if Russia decides to transfer its weapons systems to Lebanon, Iran, and Syria, the position of Israel will rapidly deteriorate in the Middle East. Given all this, I would advise Benjamin Netanyahu not to play with fire, and to quickly withdraw from Ukraine not only all Israeli mercenaries, but even defensive types of Israeli-made weapons.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم. صدق الله العظيم. انتصارا للشعبين الفلسطيني واللبناني ودعما للمقاومتين الباسلتين الفلسطينية واللبنانية، استهدف سلاح الجو المسير في القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
Yemen's recent declaration of war on civilian targets in Israel is a serious shift in their conflict, bringing the stakes even higher. This announcement came after Israel carried out airstrikes on civilian infrastructure in Yemen, including the key port of Hodeidah and a power station.
وقد حققت العمليتان بعون الله تعالى أهدافهما بنجاح. تحيي القوات المسلحة اليمنية كافة المجاهدين الصامدين في فلسطين ولبنان لدفاعهم عن الأمة، وهي تواجه العدوان الإسرائيلي الأمريكي ومخططاته الهادفة إلى إخضاع كافة البلدان والشعوب، وتؤكد وقوفها العملي إلى جانب الشعبين الفلسطيني واللبناني حتى دحر العدوان وإفشال مخططاته الإجرامية ومؤامراته التوسعية. وتهيب القوات المسلحة اليمنية بكافة الشعوب العربية والإسلامية إلى الخروج من حالة الصمت والمشاركة الفاعلة في هذه المعركة المصيرية. ونحن في الذكرى الأولى لانطلاقتها المباركة، وهي مستمرة بعون الله تعالى حتى تحقيق النصر الموعود. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 28 من ربيع الأول 1446 للهجرة، الموافق للأول من أكتوبر 2024، صادر عن القوات
Yemen is
المسلحة
responding by
اليمنية.
saying that if Israel targets civilians, then Yemen will do the same, marking a dangerous new phase in their war. When Yemen's military leaders said striking civilian targets will be met with civilian targets, they were making it clear that their retaliation is going to be direct. This isn't just about military bases or soldiers. It's about civilian infrastructure, the kind of places where regular people work and live. And they're warning Israel that they have a long list of targets inside Israel that they can hit, which they've probably been studying for a while. Now, why are civilian targets so important in this situation? Well, when Israel struck Yemen's civilian infrastructure, like the port of Hodeidah and the power station, they weren't just damaging buildings, they were hitting Yemen's economy and the daily lives of its people. These places are crucial for keeping the country running. Hodeidah is one of the main ports that brings in fuel and supplies, which is essential for a country already struggling with war. The power station provides electricity for homes and businesses, and without it, life becomes even harder. By targeting these sites, Israel was likely trying to weaken Yemen's ability to function and sustain itself during the conflict. But Yemen isn't taking it lightly. They're saying, if you hit our civilians, we'll hit yours, aiming to show Israel that they won't back down, even if the stakes are high. Yemen's military officials also mentioned that they have a large target bank inside Israel. This means they've identified important places in Israel they could strike, possibly infrastructure, like energy facilities, transport systems, or even residential areas. And they're ready to use this information if they need to. Yemen's message is that they're prepared for a long fight, and they won't be easily intimidated by Israeli airstrikes. Now, there's another important angle here. Yemen is accusing the United States of giving Israel the green light to attack. This isn't just about Israel versus Yemen. Yemen sees the US as playing a big role in supporting Israeli military actions. For Yemen and many other groups in the region, Israel is closely tied to American interests, so by targeting Israel, they also see themselves as standing up to US influence in the Middle East. When Yemeni officials said Israel is in ecstasy, they're suggesting that Israel might feel overly confident in its military strength, thanks to American support. But Yemen's warning is that this confidence might backfire. They believe that Israel is overstepping and that there will be consequences for these attacks. So, what does all this mean moving forward? Yemen's threats to strike civilian targets in Israel could escalate the conflict in a big way. If Yemen follows through, Israel is almost certainly going to respond with even more force, trying to prevent Yemen from being able to launch further attacks. But Yemen's statements indicate that they've got enough military resources to fight back, no matter what Israel does. This also raises the possibility that the conflict could spread beyond just Yemen and Israel. Yemen has allies in the region who share its anti-Israel stance, like Hezbollah in Lebanon. If things escalate further, we could see other groups getting involved, which would make the situation even more volatile. Plus, with the US already being accused of backing Israel, the conflict could draw in even more international players. The recent Israeli airstrikes on Yemen, particularly on the oil storage facility in Ras Isa and the power stations in Al-Hali and Ras Kathib, are part of a much more complex game of military strategy than just destroying infrastructure. While these attacks caused physical damage, they also revealed a deeper layer of psychological warfare between Israel and the Yemeni resistance, led by Ansarullah. Yemen actually pulled a clever move in this situation. Before Israel's strikes, they emptied the fuel storage facilities at Ras Isa and other critical locations. This meant that when Israel hit those targets, the damage was largely symbolic. Yes, infrastructure was destroyed, but the immediate impact that Israel probably hoped for crippling Yemen's fuel supply was avoided. This tactic saved Yemen valuable resources and also highlighted a weakness in Israel's intelligence or strategy. The Israeli military misjudged what they were attacking, which is a win for Yemen on the psychological front. Now, let's talk about why these facilities matter so much. The port of Ras Isa is one of Yemen's main oil terminals, making it vital for the country's energy supply. Yemen, already dealing with the aftermath of years of war, relies heavily on these facilities to keep its economy running and to support basic daily life. So, by anticipating the Israeli attack and taking precautions, Yemen showed they were thinking ahead, strategically planning to minimize damage. Oil storage tanks like those in Ras Isa are more than just storage units. They're crucial to keeping the country functioning. In a war-torn nation like Yemen, fuel powers everything from homes to military operations. When Israel targeted these sites, they likely hoped to cut off Yemen's ability to operate, both militarily and economically. But Yemen's decision to empty the tanks shows just how adaptable their resistance is. They found a way to avoid the worst of the damage, even when faced with an overwhelming military force. Even though the tanks were emptied, the destruction still carries weight. These facilities were old and outdated, so replacing them isn't going to be easy. With Yemen already struggling due to a severe humanitarian crisis and economic hardships, rebuilding will be slow and expensive. This leaves Yemen more vulnerable to future attacks, since it won't be able to quickly replace what was lost. It also means Israel or other forces might target other key infrastructure in the future. Looking at the bigger picture, Israel's focus on hitting civilian infrastructure is not new. Many modern military powers, including Israel, justify attacks on things like fuel tanks and power stations by saying they serve both military and civilian purposes. But in this case, with the tanks being empty, it seems like the goal was more about creating fear and breaking civilian morale. Israel has used similar tactics in places like Gaza and Lebanon, aiming to make life harder for civilians in order to pressure their governments or resistance movements. Despite these tactics, the Yemeni resistance isn't backing down. Nasreddin Amer, a senior figure in the Ansarullah media organization, made it clear that this aggression won't stop Yemen from pursuing its goals. In fact, the attack seems to have strengthened their resolve. Yemen sees itself as part of a larger regional movement resisting Israeli and Western influence, alongside groups like Hezbollah. So, rather than being intimidated, they are doubling down on their support for Palestine and other regional causes. The conflict between Israel and Yemen isn't just about these two countries, though. It's tied to a broader geopolitical struggle between Israel and various resistance groups in the Middle East. Israel's attack on the oil infrastructure in Hodeidah is part of an effort to weaken the military capabilities of its adversaries by going after their economic lifelines. However, Yemen's ability to foresee and counter this move shows that even smaller nations can outsmart more powerful opponents with the right strategy. Yemen's vow to retaliate opens the door to further escalation. While Yemen may not be able to take on Israel directly in a traditional military sense, they have other tools at their disposal. They can rely on their alliances with groups like Hezbollah and take advantage of their strategic location near key maritime routes like the Red Sea. If Yemen coordinates attacks on Israeli interests in the region, it could easily spiral into a larger conflict, bringing in more players and making the situation even more unstable. On top of everything else, these airstrikes have serious consequences for Yemen's already dire domestic situation. The Yemeni Health Ministry reported that 4 people were killed and 29 were injured in the attack. These casualties are just adding to the toll of Yemen's ongoing civil war and worsening the humanitarian crisis. Targeting civilian infrastructure during such a crisis shows a complete disregard for human life.
Now, correspondent Susan Tanani is joining us live from New York, and then we are also being joined by Lieutenant Colonel Daniel L. Davis from Washington, D.C. He's a military expert and is also the host of Daniel Davis Deep Dive on YouTube. Susan, I'd like to come to you first. Now, we know that U.S. President, he has supported Israel, and he has been in the Situation Room and discussing about how to handle the situation. What is the latest that you can bring in?
So we also not only heard from President Biden, which you played his soundbite, we also heard from President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, saying that the naval destroyer that belonged to the United States had joined Israel in shooting down inbound missiles. He said that, quote unquote, there was meticulous joint planning in anticipation of the attack, meaning prior to the attack. Regarding U.S. troops, what we're learning is 2 U.S. naval destroyers had launched a dozen interceptors against the incoming Iranian missiles.
Nah, they didn't do
Brigadier General Pat Ryder also made comments. That is the Pentagon press secretary. He told reporters that no American troops were hurt. And the Pentagon also said on Monday that it was sending several more thousand troops to the Middle East region to join the 40,000 American troops that are already there.
Right. And we also know that France and Israel called for a UN Security Council meeting. And what is the latest on that so far?
Yeah, so at the United Nations today, we heard from Danny Danon, the Israeli ambassador to the UN. He said that Israel's retaliation will be, quote unquote, painful. He said, I want to tell the Iranian people this is not against them, it's against their government and regime. And then we learned that tomorrow there's going to be a Security Council meeting. This one has been called by Israel. Whether or not, there'll be follow-up meetings is yet to be seen. But the chief person in charge of, putting this council together was the Israeli ambassador. That's the news that we got, of course, followed by the United States and France as well. That's 10 a.m. tomorrow. The council is expected to be to talk about the Iranian attack against Israel.
All right. Now, Colonel L. Davis, so we'll come to you now. I'd like to begin by asking you, now that Iran has attacked Israel, it's not just about the axis of resistance, although they have also been attacking at this point, and it's also about the power behind the axis of resistance. And now all eyes are on response from Israel. So what kind of response are we expecting from Israel?
It's Iran versus Israel.
Many of their leaders, but from Hagari on down to Netanyahu and the foreign minister Katz, actually, they all use this term severe. There will be a severe response. The Wall Street Journal was reporting earlier this afternoon that in the I guess the day or so before this attack, that Iran had quietly alerted some Arabs and also Israel and the United States about what was coming, and they said it was going to be a relatively modest situation. They were not going to go after any population centers, so that it would be a response to what happened, but then it would be done. But Israel is reported to have said, I don't care how many people are wounded, whether it's a lot or little, big or small, we will overwhelmingly respond, and we will hit either their nuclear facilities and or their oil facilities, which is where they get their lifeblood financing for the regime. So those would both be potentially existential threats to the regime and hurt very badly. But simultaneous to that, you've also had the Iranian president and their minister of defense unequivocally say that, you understand, this was a small bit of what we could do. And if there is a retaliation more from Israel, then we will hit much bigger and much harder. So basically, you have both sides saying there is a severe response coming and the same in return. So this has every possibility of continuing to escalate.
Right. I'm sure you've also been analyzing Iran's attacks in terms of weapons they used in their attack that we're covering. Considering that Israel retaliates, what kind of attack can we expect from Iran in terms of weapons that you mentioned, nuclear?
Yeah, they don't have any nuclear weapons that anybody is aware of. USCIA said they haven't even started a nuclear weapons program, though they could have a breakout in a relatively short period of time. But so far, they don't. But their conventional systems are substantial, and they have a lot of high quality and very accurate, which they have demonstrated in the last number of years, that they can hit something and that it will penetrate through the Israeli Defense Forces. Most of these hypersonic missiles, a lot of the video was just astounding to actually watch it, because the speed of those missiles going down, it was just something that even the Iron Dome and the Arrow system were unable to stop, many of them. So a lot can get through it. If they come in with a lot more than that, or if Iran says, okay, we're going to get you with a complex multi-phased hit where you come in with like hundreds of drones, and then while the interceptors are taking that down, then all of a sudden you come in with hypersonic missiles behind it, it could be really, really devastating. So it's not an empty threat if Iran feels like it gets hit too hard.
Well, next, we also know that the Pentagon chief and Israeli defense minister are discussing on ways to go forward, and U.S. as an ally has promised ironclad support. Now, keeping in mind, as and when Israel does retaliate, what kind of support are we looking from the U.S.'s point of view?
Well, I think the fact that these thousands of more troops that you talked about have been sent to the region, according to reports, are F-15 Strike Eagles, F-16 fighters, F-22 fighters, things that you would expect that would be in the air to try to knock down, whether it's drones or missiles or anything else, any other kind of interceptors. That's what they may be trying to do. So probably that's what they have in mind, and that's probably the reason that they sent those in there. But it's a real slippery slope, because one of the Iranian IRGC leaders tweeted out earlier tonight that if the United States gets involved and attacks Iran, then they would now start to target American forces that are scattered throughout Iraq and Syria and elsewhere in the Middle East. And they said, and I can validate it's correct, that those troops are much more vulnerable than like some of these big targets that in Tel Aviv or the air defenses, because those are small outposts. I've actually been in some of those myself during my combat deployments when I was on active duty, and they're designed for like mortars or small rockets to come in. They don't have the kind of defenses that even have a chance against some of these hypersonic missiles, and we would indeed be very, very vulnerable. So we need to be very careful not to escalate this war.
Right. Now, that being said, French President Emmanuel Macron, he has condemned Iran's attacks, and he has added that France had mobilized its military resources in the West Asia to counter Tehran. Do you think this is escalating even more?
Well, it's definitely everything's moving in that direction. I mean, you have what the French just said that there. You had the United States. They're sending more troops in there. We haven't heard any additional deployments there, but you certainly can't rule something like that. I would almost guarantee you that that's being contemplated, especially if
Iran was scared, they wouldn't have did it. They're ready for war, man.
This next round does end up going sideways, and it expands laterally to other countries. And that is the big risk that, look, America's got to be clear-eyed on this. There's no winning play here to expand this war. There's nothing we could gain, because unless you go on the ground and invade Iran, and that would be a mammoth task to do, you can hurt their regime, but you can't take them out of power. You can't destroy all of their capacities and especially their speedboats, their ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And some of these hypersonic missiles, there are some cards they can play if they get pushed into a corner. We need to be doing everything we can to de-escalate this situation and not ramp it up.
See, Israel playing stupid. Iran could ruin our economy by shutting the Strait of Hormuz. Like I told people this months ago, you'll be walking to work. You won't want to put no gas in there. Gas would be too high. That's what they done got us into. It ain't just about missiles. Iran also could kill our economy overnight.
Right. Susan, I'd like to come back to you. Now, we know that President Biden, he has supported and said that we're going to stand by Israel. But on the other hand, we've also heard that Pentagon chief, he has also discussed with Israel that they're going to be supporting them in their operation in Lebanon. Israel is continuing its attack in Beirut, as we know right now. What are the next steps at U.S.? It seems like U.S. is on both sides. They want a ceasefire, but also want to continue supporting Israel with their operation in Lebanon. I believe you're having some trouble connecting with Susan. All right, I guess we weren't.
No, they're not. That's one of the things I've been just really trying to tell anyone who's willing to listen. When you look at this from a military perspective and you're looking at manpower, you're looking at resources, ammunition, etc., this is a huge bite by itself that Israel has bitten off to go after Hezbollah, but to try and push them back to the Litani River, which is it's like 126 kilometers wide and 25 kilometers deep in many parts here. And there are tens of thousands of Hezbollah fighters in this area that are independent, concentrations of troops, and they have their own areas, and they have booby traps set in there. They've got tunnels dug into the sides of these mountains. They can pull launchers in and out of the sides of mountains, etc. I mean, this is a very, very difficult military task, and they still have what's going on in the Gaza Strip. That war's not over either. And now then they've opened this new one and potentially another one with Iran. And unless the United States really comes into their side here, it's hard for me to understand how Israel maintains these. There is no victory in place because the task is too high unless somehow they get the other side to just completely capitulate. And based on their past experience and the decades of time before, I don't see that happening. So I think Israel is in a very precarious situation here.
Right now, Iran has said that they will not retaliate unless and until Israel. Do you think anywhere at all can Israel consider talking out of this whole conflict and not really going ahead with retaliation?
I mean, that's certainly what they should do. But Netanyahu, as far as I can see, has painted himself into a corner, and especially by making these brash comments, and Daniel Hagari making his statements, and Foreign Minister Katz, because they were very, very categorical about their claims here. And frankly, the evidence suggests that maybe this is what Netanyahu wanted, was to spur a response from Iran so that they could try to draw the United States in. Because if you're taking on all of these fronts that they're talking about, and you can add the Houthis into that as well, this is just a task that one army can't handle unless they have physical help, not just ammunition support, but someone else joining them. And that's, again, that's what we should avoid at all costs, because this could go sideways.
But now that's why he's being dishonest, because it's already Europeans. They are Europeans fighting in the Israeli army. We know it's already Americans. It's already British. It's already French. It's already German. It's already Dutch. It's already Portuguese. It's already Spanish. They're already there. It's already Polish. It's already Ukrainians. They're already there. You see? No, they already there.
In all kinds of ways. It wouldn't help anyone.
Right. Susan, if you can hear me now, let's also talk about the Security Council session.
No, they just don't want to admit it. It's no win here for them. Especially not that Iran is showing the world they absolutely gonna stand up and fight. Yeah, make the revolutionaries proud all over the globe, man.
A brilliant, courageous journalist and a wonderful human being, Pepe Escobar. Pepe, welcome here, and thank you for joining us at this time of day in your world. I have a lot of questions here to ask you about the reaction in the axis of resistance to the murder of Hassan Nasrallah. But we know what the Iranian reaction has been, at least the first part of it. So let's start with that. The latest reports are that Iran fired between 180 and 200 missiles at military and intelligence targets, not at civilians, in Tel Aviv, and that about a dozen or so of these missiles got through. There's also a lot of debris in Tel Aviv due to the clash between the Israeli and American defensive missiles and the Iranian offensive ones. Obviously, they crash in midair and debris falls. There are no reports of Israeli casualties. How do you read the significance or lack of significance in the Iranian missile assault tonight?
Well, I would like to start, Chuck, with a very important information that we confirmed maybe an hour and a half ago.
Please.
It's from one of our sources in Iranian intel, some of us foreigners met this source in our previous visits to Tehran. He is trustworthy. He's not corrupt. Yes, there is corruption inside the IRGC. Yes, there are generals who are bought with Samsonites full of cash, it's true. But there are people who are very, very serious. And what he told us confirmed something that many of us have been discussing since the murder of Nasrallah this past weekend. Because President Pezeshkian, it's so naive that it beggars belief. He went public, basically saying that, well, we trusted the Americans. They promised us that there will be a ceasefire in Gaza if we didn't retaliate against the murder of Haniyeh in Tehran. How can a president of Iran trust the Americans? This is absolutely impossible. And this generated a groundswell of rejection among Iranian public opinion, and especially among the IRGC. So what happened before the missile attack today? There was practically a frontal clash between Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei and Pezeshkian.
When you say a frontal clash, you mean verbal words with each other face to face?
No, of course. We as foreigners, we don't know the details, obviously. What our source told us is that Khamenei was furious because of the breach of intelligence in Hezbollah, first of all. Second, that Pezeshkian could be fooled by this empty American promise. And number three, that one of the top IRGC generals was also killed by the 85 bunker buster bombs at that building, at that secret meeting in Beirut. So Khamenei, of course, he controls Iranian foreign policy. We all know that, but he defers a lot to the presidency. That was the case during the previous presidency, where we had a very, very strong president in Iran, unlike Pezeshkian is weak, essentially. And he's basically controlled by Zarif. Our audience remembers Zarif, dealing with John Kerry in 2015 in Vienna, negotiating the JCPOA. Zarif was always an appeaser, and he always wanted some sort of accommodation with the West, assuming that especially the American sanctions would be alleviated. We all know what happened afterwards. And these sanctions will not go away anytime soon. But the problem is Zarif controls Pezeshkian from behind. Pezeshkian is Zarif's man. And obviously the IRGC, these people are much more hardcore. And of course, they are directly aligned with Khamenei. Khamenei is the conceptualizer of everything in Iran. And the supervisor, of course. So according to our source, he got extremely furious by this chain of events. So that's why the response this time, since the assassination of Nasrallah, which was on Friday night, let's put it this way, it took only 3 days in practice. Because Khamenei said, no, we have to retaliate, and we have to retaliate now for everything that happened since the assassination of Haniyeh. And the IRGC said, of course, this is what we wanted from the beginning. So apparently a few heads rolled these past 2 days, in fact. No details, of course. But the IRGC took control completely of the response. They already had this, of course, equalized, mathematically equalized and designed, etc. And that's why it was so swift, only 3-4 days after assassination of Nasrallah. So this is the most important, I would say, the background for all of us to understand why it happened, and especially who ordered it. And there was another chain of events, Judge. This yesterday, that was amazing, if you allow me. I'll try to be very brief. Prime Minister Mishustin from Russia was in Tehran yesterday discussing with Pezeshkian. They were not discussing only energy deals, connectivity corridors, the strategic deal that they're going to sign probably after BRICS in Kazan 3 weeks from now. They were also discussing politics, geopolitics, and Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza. Yesterday night, before midnight here, Putin rushed to the Kremlin, really rushed to the Kremlin for an unscheduled emergency meeting nearly practically midnight in Moscow yesterday night. Earlier today, Ayatollah Khamenei said that he is going to conduct Friday prayers this coming Friday in Tehran, which is something that he never does. You know, when was the last time he did it? After the response to the assassination of General Soleimani. When we put this all together, we could all hope something is up and something big is up. And that's
with whom, if you know, was President Putin meeting at midnight in the Kremlin?
We don't know, Judge. It was a Security Council meeting. So
and what is the likelihood that Russia will provide Ukraine with military assistance? Either we know they've provided defensive. Will they provide offensive?
It's up in the air. Obviously, the Kremlin is not going to say it. The Russian Minister of Defense is not going to say it. But it's up in the air because the deal that this strategic partnership that they have been negotiating for over 2 years now includes military exchanges at the highest level. You have, MOD and IRGC going back and forth between Moscow and Tehran all the time for the past 2 years, all the time. If I remember well, I've seen at least 3 or 4 Iranian delegations here for the last year and a half, for instance. And of course, this would imply that technology of the best Russian missiles will and would be transferred to Iran. Not that Iran needs it. The missiles that went through the Iron Dome and the Arrow system today, they were the Iranian hypersonic, the Fatah 2, in fact. The ballistics that they launched were the old ones to saturate Iron Dome. Was perfect, as strategically was perfect again. They saturated Iron Dome, and the missiles that really matter, the hypersonics, they went through. There is an amazing image from one of the, I think, Iranian agencies that I saw a few minutes ago of a hypersonic actually on impact near Tel Aviv. And apparently the Nevatim air base, which was one of the main targets, was completely devastated. Of course, the Israelis will never admit that, including the loss of
is this a military air base?
Yes, this is the military air base that the planes that took off and were involved in the assassination of Nasrallah, they took off from Nevatim. And this is where the F-35s are. The hangar for the F-35s is at Nevatim. So apparently, Nevatim was hit by hypersonic missiles.
What do you think we can expect in the near future, either from Israel against Iran or from Iran perhaps plus Russia against Israel?
All bets are off now. Well, the Israelis are threatening a response even tonight. I'm not sure this is going to happen tonight. It's 11 Middle East at the time. There will be a response, and the IRGC is already saying it. And I got a quote from one high IRGC official. He's saying, well, if the Americans support Israel in their attack against Iran, which is they know it's coming, we're going to bomb American bases in West Asia, in the Middle East. So the RGC is now threatening direct hits on American bases.
Do we know exactly how many missiles went out tonight? The American government says between 180 and 200. The Israelis say the same thing.
Yes.
An Indian newspaper said 400. Some of my viewers are writing in that their sources are telling them 400. Do we know exactly what went out?
Exactly. Yes. In fact, your readers are correct. The Iranian agencies, news agencies, are talking about 400. Absolutely. So,
and some were the old time ones that were intended to draw out the Iron Dome, and some were the super fast ones that got through.
Absolutely correct. Yes, it was. They overloaded the system, which is exactly what they did in their previous response. I'm sure all of you remember. And of course, if they launch between 10 and 12 hypersonics, they did the job. This is exactly what they wanted. And especially Nevatim. For them, Nevatim was very, very important. Because for the IRGC, Nevatim were all the major raids against Lebanon, against Hezbollah, especially, they take off from Nevatim. So if those F-35s were destroyed, Iranian news agencies are saying at least 4 or 5 F-35s are destroyed. This is
the Israelis don't seem to have any fear of Hamas or of Hezbollah. Do they fear the Iranians?
They do, of course. And it's in terms of Hezbollah, Judge, they fear Hezbollah. They fear Hezbollah if there is a ground invasion, because even IDF generals say we're going to be slaughtered if we try a land invasion of South Lebanon. So what they do, they bomb. It's a bombing machine. It's a killing machine. This is what they do, essentially. And it's unconfirmed, of course, so far, but these IDF troops that were on the border with Lebanon and tried a little incursion, apparently it went really, really, really bad, the whole thing. But we don't have any confirmation, even from Hezbollah.
What was the reaction amongst the resistance to the two events that occurred in New York the other day? The bellicose, defiant speech given by Prime Minister Netanyahu to an empty General Assembly chamber, followed by his going to an office in the UN and ordering a murder 5,000 miles away, which was carried out.
Absolutely. And this information circulated all across the axis of resistance. Everybody, and even in Jordan, for instance, which is ruled by a fifth columnist, a traitor of the Arab world in general, the little king, and the majority of the population, of course, is Palestinian. Everybody knows that. And in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, everywhere, not to mention Turkey. So this information is available to everybody. How the strike against that Hezbollah General Command building in Beirut was organized and was ordered by Netanyahu inside the UN. Everybody knows that. So, of course, this led our friend Erdogan. Erdogan is little by little, he's upping his game.
All he has to do is make a phone call and turn off the oil.
Exactly, because it's 40% of the oil still. And as far as we know, it's still, at least some of it is still flowing. So it's Erdogan is rhetoric. It's I'm going to Istanbul this weekend, and I'm going to ask everybody inside: is this real, or one? Again, he's hedging his bets.
Here's from CNN. No surprise. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says Iran, quote, made a big mistake and, quote, will pay for launching a missile attack on the country. They must have struck something significant, as you said, or he wouldn't have been this angry.
There's no question, Judge. Nevatim base. There's no question about it. And they cannot possibly admit it.
How much of a setback is it for them? Do they have they must have other air bases and other jets that they can use.
They do, but this is the base. This is the main base.
Got it.
In the middle of the desert.
Got it. Got it.
So this is an enormous setback. Yeah.
Is the resistance stronger today than it was a week ago?
This is an excellent question, because between Fridays, during the weekend, the mood all across the axis of resistance and in many places in the global south was dejected. Everybody was dejected. It's extreme sadness, and people were actually mourning. And there was a sort of consensus that the face of the resistance had disappeared, which is true, because Nasrallah, this mix of a fatherly figure, a very wise old man, and a fabulous politician, moderate. He was always very, very moderate. No wonder he was so popular in the Sunni Arab street, not only in the Shiite universe, in the Sunni Arab street and in places, Islamic lands very far from Arabia, like Malaysia and Indonesia, for instance. Nasrallah was a sort of a political Islam pop icon everywhere, because of all these qualities, of course, and because he was an excellent articulator, a fabulous orator as well. And he was never threatening anything. He said, look, we are defending sovereignty of Lebanon, and we are defending a free, independent, sovereign Palestine. These are our two priorities. He was always repeating that over and over again. So obviously he was a threat because he was the main obstacle for Israel to let's say, finish off Project Gaza and Project Palestine, which is basically exterminate everybody, expel everybody, and take over all their lands, including the West Bank. And of course, very, very important, Nasrallah was more or less, indirectly, he was offered a deal. That, look, the Americans essentially, and their messengers in the Persian Gulf, for instance, Qataris especially. Look, there will be a ceasefire if you abandon this obsession that you have of supporting Palestine all the way. So there will be a ceasefire, and then we're going to see what happens next. And Nasrallah said, no, my number one priority is to defend Gaza and Palestine as a whole. So he was offered a sort of sweetener deal.
Who offered him that deal?
Well, there are different interpretations. One is that it came directly from White House advisors. Another one is that it came via the Saudis and the Emiratis. And another one was that this was relayed through the usual channel of communication between the US and Iran, which is the Swiss embassy in Tehran, and then it got to Hezbollah. So there are three possibilities.
Got it.
We don't have a smoking gun.
What
Right?
do you expect will happen next? An escalation, the involvement of the U.S. military, a land invasion of Hezbollah, the back and forth ballistic missiles. What do you think will happen next?
Judge, probably a back and forth. There will be the Israeli retaliation probably is going to be imminent or within the next few days. And the Iranians already said, okay, our response next time is going to be in their own words, IRGC officials, 100 times harder than this time. They have enough missiles to do this very, very painfully. You know, they could launch easily another swarm of ballistics that they have, you know, thousands, and 50 or 60 hypersonics. And then we're going to have, you know, this is going to be horrible. And because they already proved twice that the Iron Dome in many aspects is a paper dome. There are estimates, the Iranians are making estimates that this time the intercepted missiles was something like 70%. Last time apparently was 90%. So now it's 70%. If you really overload the Iron Dome, it can fall between 70 and 50%. And then the ballistic, the hypersonics go in.
The American media reported that during the Iranian assault, President or Prime Minister Netanyahu was in the air in a jet.
No, he was in a bunker. The best information that we have is that he was in a bunker for hours, not in the air. It doesn't make sense, in fact. Why he would be in an airspace where traversed by
I don't know.
missiles?
We got it from several sources. I guess it was just guessing. What is Russia's interest in this? Has Russia signed a defense pact with Iran yet, or is that going to be signed at BRICS at the end of the month?
It's going to be signed probably after BRICS in another visit by Pezeshkian to Moscow. It's not going to be during BRICS. This is a bilateral, a very important bilateral deal that they have been negotiating once again for almost 2 years, and it includes very close military, not a military alliance, but like the strategic partnership Russia-China that includes a military component. It's the same thing. And the most important thing is that it's a trilateral strategic partnership now, because Iran and China, they also have a similar deal, which is more geoeconomic in the case of Iran, China. So, and once again, everybody knows these are the three existential threats to the United States. The new axis of evil. And the new axis of evil, they are interconnected intimately. So you can imagine the despair in some silos of power and knowledge in the Beltway.
Switching gears for just a few moments, I've taken a lot of your time. Is there pressure on President Putin to bring a dramatic and quick end to the 2.5-year special military operation in Ukraine?
Depending on where is this pressure coming from certain, I would say, certain silos inside the intel agencies, yes, no question. Some people in the Security Council, they would like things to be much more hardcore than they are at the moment, yes. But this is not how Putin makes decisions. He's cool, calculating, legalistic. He takes his time. He always tries to find some sort of not accommodation, but in the case of Ukraine, he already proposed something a few months ago, which was judged by a lot of well-informed people here in Moscow as making too many concessions. But he actually put that on the table, which basically would freeze the situation in the battleground as it is at the moment, which from the point of view of Russia would be a defeat. There's no question about that. But maybe he was just enticing, especially the Americans, to come to the table and then discuss for real what will be the final deal. But now, after Kursk, the whole thing changed completely. And they're not in a hurry. They know that the mopping up of Kursk is going to be finished in a matter of probably more weeks than months. What's happening in the battleground? Wow. Ugledar has fallen, not fallen. Ugledar was conquered by Russia after, I don't know how many months, 20 months. This thing has been going on forever in Ugledar. And now Pokrovsk. And then after that, there's, as the Ukrainians admit, there is nothing. There's just empty steppe all the way to the western part of Ukraine. So they're not in a hurry. And the tactics are not going to change. It's the same thing. Meat grinder, very slowly, like a crab, you know, and of course, with the tsunami of artillery, forming.
Let me add to the tsunami of artillery, winter.
And general winter.
Isn't the Ukrainian energy supply and infrastructure incapable of delivering enough fuel to keep people basically warm this winter?
Absolutely right. At least 70% of their electricity potential is gone. So for them, it's going to be an absolutely horrible winter. So that's when you pile up all these reasons, that explains why the Kremlin and the Minister of Defense, they are not in a hurry. And of course, there are two things very, very important in the next 2 months, which will condition what's going to happen next. the major decisions at the BRICS summit in 3 weeks, and of course, the American presidential elections. So they're not in a, especially now, they're not in a hurry. They're just, it's a wait and see. And of course, they have to make sure that the BRICS summit is a success. And all the major decisions, once again, it's very important to remind everyone, they have not been taken yet. And these are, wow, everything, geoeconomic, payment systems. Of course, every day we are discussing, there's going to be a new payment system. Everybody wants to join. There's going to be a new unit. Nothing is it's on final draft paper to be presented to the leaders yet, and it's less than 3 weeks.
Very interesting. Will you be there for the BRICS summit?
Of course, of course, of course. This is going to be, Judge. This is the most important thing this year, this whole year, and will condition what's going to happen in the next few years. And don't forget, the BRICS are meeting in the middle of at least 3 wars going on,
right?
And they need a consensual position of, let's say the BRICS as the most important emerging force in the global south. They need to be straight to the point about these forever wars. So they will need to, especially because Iran is part of BRICS now officially. Iran's a member of BRICS now. And that changes everything. And all the nations in the global south who are the first tier and the second tier to become part of BRICS Plus, the next expansion of BRICS, they understand the Russian position, at least in Ukraine, and they all condemn what Israel is doing in Gaza and in Lebanon.
Pepe Escobar, thank you, my dear friend. I know it's the middle of the night where you are. You're as sharp as can be, as well as
it's
charming.
Early.
Even when we discuss these awful events.
Well, what's happened in the last week is the outcome of what's happened in the last 2 months, which is particularly Israel's successful assassination of the Hezbollah General Secretary, Hassan Nasrallah, and virtually all of Hezbollah's senior military command in a whole series of attacks. And this appears to have given Israel the confidence that it can dismantle Hezbollah. And yesterday, it announced that it had commenced with a ground invasion of Lebanon. According to Hezbollah, no Israeli troops have crossed the border, and Israel's activities remain limited to air and artillery shelling, primarily of southern Lebanon, but also of the southern suburbs of Beirut, of the Bekaa Valley, and other places. I think the key question is to what extent Israel has been able to damage Hezbollah. And yesterday, I think the Deputy General Secretary of Hezbollah, Naim Qassem, laid out criteria by which I think we can judge developments. Basically, in his statement, he maintained that Hezbollah remains institutionally coherent and that it is working to speedily replace its fallen leaders. He maintained that Hezbollah retains its military capabilities and the ability to use them. And he insisted that Hezbollah will not change its objectives, particularly regarding linking the Lebanese arena to the Gaza Strip. This morning, we've had a number of Hezbollah missile attacks on not only northern Israel, but also on Tel Aviv. And separately, we've had U.S. warnings that they have detected signs of an imminent Iranian missile attack on Israel. Whether this is accurate intelligence reflecting reality, or a 2003 Iraqi WMD story meant to legitimize a preemptive Israeli attack on Iran remains to be seen. I'd just like to make one last comment, which is that Israel has claimed that its invasion of Lebanon has as its objective to push Hezbollah back north of the Litani River so as to enable the residents of Israel's northern communities who Israel evacuated last October to return to their communities. I don't think that makes much sense because we're not talking about the PLO in 1982, which wouldn't have had the ability to continue reaching Israel from certain points north of the border. We're talking about Hezbollah, which can reach Tel Aviv from the extreme north of Lebanon. And what I think, having mentioned 1982, what I think we're looking at is a much more ambitious Israeli strategy, namely that the assassinations of the past 2 months have given Israel the confidence that it can now dismantle the coalition known as the Axis of Resistance, delinking them from Gaza and dismantling them one by one, with the ultimate objective of seeking a direct U.S.-Iranian military confrontation that could lay the basis for regime change in Iran. And I think the road to Tehran, as far as Israel is concerned, runs through the southern suburbs of Beirut. I think the challenge for Israel, and for the United States for that matter, which I think now is fully on board with Israel's strategy and committed to making it succeed. The problem is that Lebanon historically has served as the graveyard of Israeli and US hubris. We saw that in 1982 with the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, which was designed to reshape the Middle East, but whose main achievement was the establishment of Hezbollah, which Israel is fighting today in 2024. And we saw in 2006, where then U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice hailed Israel's invasion of Lebanon in that year as the birth pangs of a new Middle East, which turned out to be a rather messy abortion at the end of the day.
Norm, can we have your response to what Moin just said?
I can't comment on the military situation because I don't possess the facts or the analytical ability to make sense of it. I would just say that on that point, that the crucial variable was whether or not Hezbollah would continue on the course it had set, which was we're going to target northern Israel and further, unless there is a ceasefire in Gaza. And I wasn't sure whether they would persist in that course or look to the long term and let the Israeli forces into Lebanon and engage in a guerrilla war as they did from 1978 to 2000. In other words, whether Hezbollah was going to adopt a very long-term strategy or it was going to settle some scores right now. I've said all along that the Hezbollah strategy was quite obvious because we've seen it in action, not only in Lebanon, but we also saw it in action in in Gaza with Hamas. And the strategy basically is not to let Israel declare victory. So each time Israel commits its massive atrocities and believes it's now won the war, there is a reaction, and the reaction has always been the firing of the rockets, either from South Lebanon or from Gaza, so as to deny Israel the ability to declare victory. And then it's always left with only one choice. If you want to take out the Hamas or the Hezbollah rocket attacks, you have to invade. And it seems Hezbollah is still set on forcing Israel to carry out a real invasion. What they're doing now is basically a photo op. Same thing as they did in 2006. In 2006, they mobilized the troops. The troops were on the border. They kept saying, we're going to invade, we're going to invade, we're going to invade. And inside they're thinking, we don't want to invade, we don't want to invade, because they knew what was going to happen. It was going to be a catastrophe for them. And then when it was clear that Hezbollah wouldn't stop firing the rockets, Israel had only two options: to invade, or, as it did, to beg the United States to put through in the Security Council a ceasefire resolution. So Israel was, quote unquote, forced to end its attack on Lebanon. And the same thing is true today. If Hezbollah keeps up the attacks on northern Israel and targets as far as Tel Aviv, then Netanyahu will not be able to declare victory. And as a consequence, the pressure is going to build on him. He's got to invade. He's got to launch the invasion. And then he'll have a choice: have the United States come in, save his scalp by imposing a ceasefire resolution, or invading. What they did in 2006 was they got their ceasefire, they imposed the ceasefire resolution via Condoleezza Rice, and then they technically invaded troops all the way to the Litani so they can claim victory, and then the troops withdrew because there was a ceasefire. So as of now, based on what Mouin said, as of now, I believe that they're going to continue on the strategy of denying Netanyahu the ability to declare a victory, and then forcing on him the decision of either asking the US to bail him out with a ceasefire resolution or carrying out the ground invasion. As to the bigger picture, where I feel more confident, the two obvious analogies are 1967 and the Gulf invasion of 2003. Netanyahu wants to pull off a 1967. We have to remember that 1967 sounded the death knell of what was called back then radical Arab nationalism. It inflicted it had inflicted I don't want to say devastating, it had inflicted a major defeat on Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, and that was the end of radical Arab nationalism. Now he's hoping what replaced the radical Arab nationalism. It looked like Israel won, everything was over. What replaced it, of course, was radical Islamic fundamentalism with the Iranian Revolution in 1979. And since 1979, they've had to deal with this new problem. Now it's crystallized in the axis of resistance, and they're hoping to do to the axis of resistance what it did in 1967. So he can, be the second great Israeli victory up to 67, and Mr. Netanyahu can take credit for it. And the other obvious analogy is 2003, where after 9/11, the United States was figuring out what it can get from 9/11. What can it squeeze out of 9/11? And it was scanning the maps, trying to figure out which country to bomb. Literally, if you read the accounts, they finally decide Afghanistan. When it came to Iraq, there was actually a split between the US and Israel, because Israel wanted Iran first. Israel didn't very much care about Iraq. The US wanted Iraq first. And then the assumption was Afghanistan, Iraq, and then Iran. That didn't happen, obviously, because mission accomplished turned into mission disaster. And now they're doing the same thing. Israel Gaza, Hezbollah, Iran. That's the sequence. Those are the dominoes. And they seem to believe that they can pull it off.
I want to ask, pick up one point from what Muin and Norm actually spoke about, and Muin can respond, and also you can respond to what Norm just said. I wanted you to declutter a little bit about the objective of this escalation, and I think there are two things that are being talked about now. One, as you said, is delinking the resistance in Gaza from the support that Hezbollah offers by firing the rockets. And the other is a sort of internal war of narrative where Netanyahu's own image has been under question since the failure of security during October 7. And these are often discussed in media as two objectives. So can you comment on these two objectives and whatever you would like to comment on what Norm just said?
Well, first of all, on Netanyahu's, let's say, personal agenda, if I can put it that way. And again, I think his personal agenda is only part of a much broader picture. Many people have noted that Netanyahu, with this talk of total victory and so on, clearly has a Churchill complex. But yesterday I was reading an interview in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz with former senior Israeli military officer and government official Giora Eiland, who may be known to you because he is the one who has consistently been advocating mass starvation in the Gaza Strip and creating conditions to produce epidemic disease and so on. He made one point which I thought is worth considering, and he said, the issue with Netanyahu is not a Churchill complex, but an FDR complex, in the sense that FDR was in charge of the US ship of state on the 7th of December, 1941, Pearl Harbor. But he is remembered not for his failures at Pearl Harbor, but rather for leading the United States to the brink of victory during the Second World War, shortly before he died. And that, in Eiland's view, Netanyahu is determined to prolong this war and to seek to achieve a meaningful, if not decisive victory, so that at the end of the day, when the history books are written, and more importantly, when the commissions of inquiry and so on are put into place, that Netanyahu can offset his historic failure on the 7th of October, 2023, with whatever achievements he's now trying to achieve. Now, that's the personal agenda. I think in the broader picture, many people have noted that Israel has failed to develop a strategy, in the sense that its response to the 7th of October has been a maniacal genocidal campaign against the Gaza Strip to make it unfit for human habitation, just sowing death and destruction on a massive scale, but motivated primarily by revenge and bloodlust, uninformed by a persuasive political vision over what Israel hopes to achieve. I think that is no longer the case. I think Israel now has developed a much clearer strategy, particularly in the last month or two, where it now has a clear political
Iran has attacked Israel. And normally that might not seem that big of a deal, just kind of business as usual, except for the missiles are landing. And the Iron Dome is starting to look a little bit more like a flimsy ass plastic dome. Now, of course, the way the media is portraying it is as if Iran attacking Israel is a huge deal and uniquely problematic. It was just today that the United States came out and said if Iran does choose to attack Israel, it will carry out severe consequences for Iran specifically. But maybe if you're one of those people who watches mainstream media and you're just now hearing about Iran attacking Israel, you might want to know, well, why are they attacking Israel? So if you're one of those kind of people who watch mainstream media and haven't been tracking foreign policy lately, you might be a little bit surprised at Iran attacking Israel. And you might not have known that this has been a long time coming. And this meme basically sums it up. Israel has been rampaging through the region. The West not only not condemns them, but they continue to give them funding to continue to rampage through the region. And the moment any of those countries decides to retaliate against Israel, now it's a problem the entire world needs to know, because the U.S. wants to justify why it's about to give another few $1 billion to a genocidal, psychopathic nation in Israel. And they want to justify why they're about to send a few more U.S. troops to go die for somebody else's cause. Iran isn't only attacking Israel because of Israel's actions against Lebanon and Hezbollah. Israel has a history of attacking all of its allies, including Syria. We don't even have to go that far back to look at all the times they've attacked Syria in the last couple of years. Israel attacked Syria on April 14, 2022 and April 27, 2022. Then May 20th, 2022 and then June 10th, 2022. And then August 14, 2022 and July 22nd, 2022. And basically it continues like that all the way until the end of 2023 and of course in 2024. And the United States and its allies had nothing to say. And Iran still stayed patient and did not retaliate, despite the fact that Israel was attacking its allies. We also know, of course, that Gaza and Palestine are allies of Iran. And yet and still, Iran stayed patient despite the fact that Israel was committing a genocide and is committing a genocide in Gaza as we speak. Not to mention all the people they killed in the West Bank without giving any reason. Once again, as we speak, it's happening right now. Oh, let's not forget, there was that time in 2024 where Israel attacked Iranian officials in Syria. And Iran, even at that point, could have done a full retaliatory strike, but they didn't. They just sent them a warning strike. And of course, time and time again, Israel has taken random pop shots at Lebanon, constantly blaming Hezbollah. And despite all of these random attacks from Israel against Iran and all of its allies, the United States and the West has said absolutely nothing. Not a single comment about severe consequences if Israel retaliates in a way that Iran has done today. Even though we all know Israel's really retaliating and they're always starting the shit. But ladies and gentlemen, don't let the mainstream media fool you. Don't let the Biden administration fool you. Israel has this shit coming, and a lot of people believe Iran should have obliterated Israel off the face of the planet years ago. And perhaps if the United States would have treated the attacks from Israel against Iran and its allies with the same level of urgency, perhaps we wouldn't be in this situation. Now, would we? But since the United States wants to keep enabling psychopaths, this is the result. Hope you can live with it.
Iran has just launched a retaliatory missile attack targeting Israel. A U.S. senior administration official telling ABC News now that Iran is expected to fire 240 to 250 missiles at 4 targets in Israel. This includes the Mossad headquarters, Israel's spy agency, 3 Israeli air bases.
As it stands at this moment, Iran has in fact launched 180 missiles into Israel in retaliation for Israel assassinating a leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, and also for assassinating the head of Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hassan Nasrallah. Now, this, of course, broadens the Middle East war to levels that are both dangerous for human lives and also devastating for the global economy. And so I want to walk through all of that with you right now. So as I mentioned, today, Iran launched 2 rounds of missiles against Israel in retaliation for these assassinations. Israel is likely to intercept the missiles. In fact, you saw some footage of them intercepting the missiles because of the fact that they have an incredibly sophisticated, multi-layered defense capability. They've got the Iron Dome, intercepts long-range ballistic missiles, David Sling, intercepts medium-range missiles, such as those believed to be possessed by Hezbollah in Lebanon. And then there's the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3. These are the upper layers of Israel's defense system. The Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 intercept medium to long-range missiles and intercontinental ballistic missiles, respectively. Now, with all that in mind, let's take a look at some of the reporting on ABC News, which elaborated on some more of the details on this retaliatory strike.
We certainly know that the Iron Dome and other air defenses are in operation, and this is happening right as we speak. A nationwide emergency alert to all Israelis to shelter. All our colleagues, people with friends and family are all hiding now, basically in bunkers. Many people in their homes, they have kind of makeshift shelters, and everyone is now underground. This came shortly after a terrorist attack in Israel. We're told that this is possibly the first of 4 waves of attacks. Now, this is almost, if the 250 figure is right, that's almost double the size of the attack that took place in April. Remember, Iran attacking at that time. We suspected that there would be an attack, but this is significantly larger. Israel has warned all of its citizens to take all precautions to try and stay underground if they can.
Well, the retaliatory strike should have been expected, and in fact were expected. Netanyahu, who has been urging the United States to go to war with Iran on his behalf, on Israel's behalf, is of course saying that there is a price to pay for these retaliatory strikes, and that Israel will retaliate for Iran's retaliatory strikes. So essentially inching us closer and closer, I wouldn't even say inching at this point, but making it clear that we are headed toward a hot war with Iran. And the United States, the military superpower backing and enabling Israel, has made clear that they will be defending Israel. For instance, you have a White House official who told the Washington Post anonymously, "We are actively supporting defense preparations to defend Israel against this attack. A direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran." A US defense official who also spoke to the Washington Post on condition of anonymity says that US forces are actively defending against Iranian-launched missiles targeting Israel. Quote, "Our forces remain postured to provide additional defensive support and to protect US forces operating in the region." Now, before we get to the economic consequences for all of us, should this war move forward.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back. Because before the video continues, we just want to urge you to lend your support to TYT. You news out of this. One is that the attacks were totally ineffective, so no one got hurt. That's good news always. Number 2, it makes it less likely that you're going to have a bigger war when the counterattack is totally ineffective. That's never stopped Netanyahu. We'll get back to that in a second. But number 3, if there is no broader war or bigger war, that means the US elections are less likely to be affected, and we don't want that. Now, if you don't know, right now the Israeli public is by a 2-to-1 margin wants Trump. So the Israeli government wants Trump. It appears Netanyahu thinks that Trump will allow them free rein to, attack, invade, kill, whatever number of different Muslim countries and as many Palestinians as they like, and that's true. That would be shocking if Trump didn't cheerlead that. And he believes that Trump, of course, since he's controlled by Miriam Edelson, etc., that he will just funnel more of our taxpayer dollars to Israel, which is also likely true. But so would Kamala Harris, to be fair.
Yep.
So that's the limited good news from today, but significant if it doesn't get into a broader war, right? Now, look. There's plenty of bad news too. We'll get into more of that as we go. But the American media reaction is also telling too. So there's just this huge coverage on air, and I get it. There's interesting pictures and video of it, and bombs keep coming in and then getting knocked out, etc. But there's this thing of like, oh my God, the Israelis are slightly scared. They had to go into bunkers for an hour and then come back out, or however. I've heard an hour, and I don't want to be unfair. Maybe it was longer than an hour. And so I'm thrilled that nobody got hurt. I'm completely in favor of nonviolence. Okay, so that coverage would be perfectly fine if it was just Iran attacked and that's the only context there is. But you've got decapitated kids in Gaza, 250 women and children killed.
I know, but they're Palestinians. They're not Israelis.
No, those are Lebanese. It's still Muslim though, so totally irrelevant.
Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. By the way, they could be Christians in Lebanon. Okay,
it doesn't matter.
Israel can slaughter whoever they want, and no one cares. Like that's the thing that drives me nuts. Dana Bash today, as she is watching, okay, Israel's defense capabilities intercept those missiles. She's having a panic attack.
Yeah.
But she herself sat there on that set watching the footage out of Gaza, watching the footage of children who lost their limbs as a result of Israel's bombings, children who are decapitated, okay? Parents holding their children without a head, okay? Was she concerned about that? Any shock and awe when it came to that kind of footage?
Yeah, so look, I don't want you to not have empathy for Israeli citizens. We're all human beings. We need to have empathy for all of us. But when American media seems to have almost no empathy for the Lebanese and the Palestinians, that's what's upsetting. So was there equal coverage of like them being on rooftops in Beirut? Well, obviously they wouldn't go there because Lebanon doesn't have a defense shield. Israel's the only country in the world that has a defense shield and has one of the largest military's nukes and the largest military to back it up. So of course you'd be playing with your life if you went into Beirut, but were they on the rooftops going, oh my God, the 250 kids and women are about to get slaughtered. Oh, they did get slaughtered. Oh my God, here they are, their heads exploded, their bodies are mutilated, etc. No, Israel did a strike. Yep, civilians are dead, human shields, collateral damage, no big deal. Oh my God, Israel might got hit. Okay, come on, guys. The extreme reaction and the difference between the reactions is unreal.
Yeah, the double standard. I mean, it's infuriating. I mean, look, if the tables were turned and the treatment, toward Israelis was as deplorable as the treatment toward Palestinians in Gaza and the Lebanese, I would be equally as outraged by it.
Are you kidding me?
Because I see them as human beings, but on both sides. I see civilians as civilians, I see them as human beings, but it is shocking to me how much this current war has allowed for all these various public figures that people tune into to watch because they trust them, how much they've let their mask slip, how little they care about human lives.
Look, come on, guys, this is so obvious. So if you had 5.5 million Jews who were being occupied by, and let's be honest, religious fundamentalist Muslims, because it's religious fundamentalist Jews in Israel that are like trying to take the land in the West Bank, reoccupy Gaza Strip, etc. And we saw those poor Jews, 5.5 million of them, occupied for 57 years in these unbearable open air prisons and camps and slaughtered at will. And we saw an area the size of Las Vegas filled with Jewish people who were just slaughtered, 41,000 of them slaughtered, 20 dead women and children everywhere. I mean, what wouldn't we do as good, decent human beings, not just as Americans, but like as decent human beings, what wouldn't we do to save those Jewish people? But when it comes to Palestinians or Lebanese, America doesn't care at all. In fact, that's not even true. Joe Biden has rewarded them. The more Palestinians they killed and the more wars they started, Joe Biden wrote them a bigger check. And it's not just Joe Biden. The Republican leaders were like, Joe Biden hasn't given Israel enough money. So we as a country are rewarding the massacre of the Palestinians, their endless occupation, and Israel invading its neighbors. But the minute Israel is even threatened with no casualties at all of the American media and politicians go nuts. The politicians are out there going, there will be severe consequences for Iran. Oh, so 41,000 dead, you don't care, no severe consequences. In fact, a severe check in the other direction. $26 billion is a reward and a gift for murdering all those Palestinians. If Israelis are even endangered and they have to go into a bunker for an hour or two, that's it. Severe consequences for those dirty, violent, savage Muslims. Ridiculous.
So let's talk a little bit about what a war with Iran would mean outside of obviously the men and women in our military risking their lives on behalf of Israel in a war that should not have happened. Well, the economic impact would be pretty devastating. So Israel plans to retaliate by potentially hitting Iran's oil infrastructure. What do you think that's going to do to the global economy? So for instance, Iran is a major oil producer and provider for China. China can't get its energy from Iran. It's going to turn to other sources in the global market. My point is there's going to be limited supply of something that every country needs, which means that demand stays the same, supply goes down. Obviously, oil prices are going to go up. So look forward to that. Oil prices go up, the price of everything goes up because the price of transporting goods and services goes up. So I don't know how enabling Israel to basically provoke the situation to a point where now we're potentially going to go to war with Iran was a good idea. How was that a good idea by the United States government?
So no, Biden would rather lose the election, and he's proven it 1,000 times. He'd rather lose the election than defy Israel. He brought in 43,000 troops, as we're about to tell you. He's like, Iran, please hit them, so I could use it as an excuse to fight this war on behalf of Israel. So that's the situation. Look, guys, if I want to be complete, on October 8th, Hezbollah started firing again, 100% ineffectual, nope, 99% ineffectual rockets. One got through, killed 12 kids, and I hate it. Obviously now 250 dead on the other, so 1,000 dead in Lebanon, but 250 women and children. And nobody gives a damn. Nobody thinks that, oh, well, of course Lebanon should strike back and Iran should strike back against Israel. Israel's the aggressor and has killed so many more people, so many more innocent civilians. But here in America, you would never get that kind of fairness, justice, or equality because they just don't think Muslim lives matter at all. And I want to be clear, not just our politicians, but almost everyone in American media. Ironically, the two, Trey Yingst and Fox News has done a great job. And I say ironic because it's on Fox News. And he says covering Gaza was like living in hell. Absolute torture that the Palestinians are going through. And Jeremy Diamond of CNN has done a brilliant job of covering it. And they've been on the ground because when you're a human being and you're on the ground and you see the devastation that Israel does so flippantly, and it's hard not to be moved by that and give them credit for good reporting. Thanks for watching.
Coffee. Follow me.